All right, now I got my microphone on, and everybody's going to decide who they have speakers on. Morning, everyone. For those watching online, we have an overflow crowd in the room, in case you're wondering. And I want to welcome everybody to the Township of Georgian Bay for this council meeting of Monday, October 6th, 2025. And I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock. And in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationships between Indigenous peoples and the territories that they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the air, the water, and all that live in, on, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this land and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Miigwech. All right. We have a couple, I'll call it routine business things to get through. I'm going to ask your patience for the first few minutes, and then we'll get on to why probably many of you are here. But first, I have to check with council whether there's any declarations of pecuniary interest or other conflict of interest. Councillor Predko.
For item 6A, I'm a member of the MacTier Alliance, and I won't be participating in the discussion for that deputation.
Okay, thank you. Any other declarations of pecuniary interest? All right, I'm seeing none. All right, my first item of business here is an item of real pleasure. Mr. Douglas, come on forward, please. Photographer, where do you want me to be for this? In the center? The way I understand it, Mr. Douglas will sort of right front. Exceptionally well. And I think it's a great job for him. I wrote, I have to write down, but apparently, you know, I write everywhere else as well. Into the competition, snowplow, right? Snowplow. District of Snowplow. Second place. Yeah, right. First time you've done this. So all the other people would just here to know that that code and that or whatever. You have to learn it all. Provincial. So we're talking hundreds of people. Now look at the best over there. 19 round one. Absolutely fantastic. You get that. You also get a little photo certificate from us. I agree. Not only your council can drive it. All right. I've often said that we have a superb staff at the township, and every so often people from outside the township confirm. So it's wonderful. With that, we're going to move on to a delegation. We have a delegation from the MacTier Lions Club. Ms. Rivett.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you so much for taking your time to listen to us today.
Ho, ho, ho.
Welcome, Santa.
The MacTier Lions Club is once again hosting the Santa Claus Parade this year. The Lions Club, as you know, is one of the longest standing service clubs in MacTier. more than 75 years old. We support a lot of organizations, the skating club, the baseball club, the hockey club, seniors, people who need help with their hearing aids and teeth and transportation. So we're coming to you today because we are hosting the Santa Claus Parade on December the 5th, the Sunday, and we would like you to waive the cost of the fees for the arena hall and for the skating so that we can make this an all-encompassing event for our community. And I think Lion Dan here, our Santa Claus, has a little memento for you. Not that we're trying to bribe you or anything.
Oh,
but-
yes, we are.
I ran into Santa a few days ago and he made it very clear we have to be good or he's not giving us
You know,
the
He
items.
does,
you know,
yes.
pardon the boys, but what we have is a token here that I'm quite willing to give to all the counselors and staff.
There you go. You can give them out, Jim.
I can give them up.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. If
Yeah,
you would.
I believe that the regulations are we're allowed to receive gifts with a value under $50. So I
It's
presume
well
these
under
aren't
50.
pure gold.
It's well under $50. Thank you so much. We would
All right.
all-
So you're asked, or you have more, or do you just?
no, that's the ask.
Okay.
If you would consider waiving those fees for us. The other,
Yeah.
also a reminder.
All right. All right.
One other thing, just a reminder, our largest fundraiser is our Wild Game Dinner, and that's going to be held
Okay.
Saturday, November the 28th. If you'd like tickets, you could speak with Councillor Predko. He probably has tickets. It will probably be sold out very quickly.
Sorry, that's the Wild Game.
The Wild Game Dinner is our largest fundraiser, and it is on November the 28th.
November
Saturday.
28th.
Yes, so if you'd like tickets.
Oh, a week before Santa comes.
A week before Santa comes,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
So if we could just ask for your gracious donation and donating that time for us, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
Santa,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. Technically, we do not donate. We may have
Waive your
the
fees.
ability to waive fees.
Thank
Is there any council member that has any questions? All right, Clerk Way, you heard the request. I think you have a pre-drafted motion for us.
So I have a couple depending on what council's next direction is. So there's this one, but you need to.
Yeah. Okay, so I have moved by Councillor Predko. Oh, well done, Councillor Predko. You passed that test. Moved by Councillor Bocek. Oh. Santa, Councillor Predko's been good. Please remember that. And seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that council directs staff to prepare a report on the MacTier Lions Club request for fees to be waived for the arena on the December 5th. All those in favor? All right, so what we've basically done is hand it over to staff and they'll prepare a report. Thank you very much. Thank you, Santa. Next on our agenda, a deputation from Inspector Wade Beebe and Mr. Wakefield to the forefront, please. Sorry? Okay. Well. Okay. Mr. Wakefield.
Good morning.
District Manager, Bracebridge-Minden-Parry Sound District. Ministry of Natural Resources, sir. If we could turn the microphone on, and then anybody watching from afar will be able to hear you.
Very good.
So do you have a presentation or are you just here to answer questions?
I do not have a presentation.
Okay.
I'm here to answer questions if possible.
Okay, perfect. Inspector,
Yes, sir.
do you have a presentation or you
do.
just, okay, well then I'm going to turn the floor over to you for a few moments.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, it's great. Are we good to go? Thanks everyone for having me here today to speak to you and obviously people who are here in the body of the audience to chat about some. That better? Is that better?
Want me in stereo?
Sure. This is really, really awkward, but
Looking
everyone
very
hear me
professional,
now?
sir.
no one can hear me? Okay. Can everyone in the back hear me? Okay. Is that better? Okay, I'll talk right into the mic then. So again, thank you for having us here today. I'm here to speak to you about 3 specific locations within Georgia Bay Township that obviously are having some concerns with firearm safety, and I'm here to speak to that today. So the first one I'm going to cover off is Tower Road, and what I'm going to talk about is what we've experienced in these locations. We're going to cover calls for service. We're going to cover what we've done as an organization, so you get an overview of what the OPP has been doing since 2023. So in 2023, 4 calls for service that started from July until December 2023. The 2 calls that we had for those calls were weapons calls and police information calls. And the weapons calls were people calling in and advising us their target shooting. They're giving us a heads up they're heading out to Crown Land. The police information calls, again, people calling in saying they're going to be target shooting and what kind of guns they're using. And in some cases, we've people calling in saying there's been reports of gunfire in those locations. Notable investigation in 2023 is we did attend in December 23 anonymous complaint of males that were firing weapons on Crown Land off Tower Road. And 2 males were located with multiple prohibited magazines. Those males were arrested. The males were seized and then subsequently put in for destruction. In 2024, we had 22 calls for service, stemming from January 2nd till December 28th. Calls for service were police information, police assist, noise complaints, trespass to property, weapons calls, mischief calls. Police information, police assist calls were advising of target shooting on land. Again, provided in cases people calling in saying people are shooting. And then bylaw called once again saying there's some issues in regards to firearms discharge in this location. Weapons calls, callers advising their target shooting. Callers advising they're hearing gunshots. We attended those locations. We checked people's PALs. We checked on their firearms. We checked to make sure they're being compliant in regards to shooting targets in safe locations. Again, people also saying target shooting. We attended, no observations. These are some of the oversights you'll see in some of these calls. Mischief calls, damage to property 1. We attended those locations where property damage was reported. Photos were taken. We seen the crime officers. We go ahead and we put reports in and we start investigating mischief occurrences. If anyone's been out to Tower Road, you'll understand where these mischief occurrences are occurring is at a bridge location which was built by Hydro One. It does have some extensive damage. Obviously, we've taken extensive photos of those locations, but it's about 10 kilometers on our dirt road. It's very challenging for us to monitor that area with surveillance and specific techniques that I won't get into because we're working on that now. But those locations are very challenging to monitor other than officers responding to calls for service. 2025, we've had 32 calls for service. Calls for service are increasing now because people are aware of Crown Land being shooting. There's on media platforms where people are using apps so they know where to shoot. So we're getting more calls for service. Those calls generated from February 2nd till September 17th of this current year. Calls again, police information, mischief, weapons calls. Again, police information consists of A caller's working on landfill site in Tower Road has heard gunshots. We attended. There's 24 males on the property. We arrested 2 of those males and charged with prohibited weapons and seized their weapons. Other calls, hearing gunshots, people skeet shooting, more target shooting calls, and then one in regards to has a video of male parties handling firearms carelessly. That video we were able to show was actually shot in 2023, and then it was posted in 2025. That first video, we've arrested that individual in Toronto and held him accountable for those charges. The other video that was posted, we're still currently working on that one. That's with our detective unit. We're working with Peel Regional Police to try to identify those males from the second video, which was, again, also shot in 2023 and posted in 2025. Again, more weapons calls, people doing skeet shooting, hearing gunshots, people target shooting, we attend. Sometimes people are gone when we get there. Sometimes people are there and they're compliant because they have their pals, they're shooting in an appropriate direction, they're using targets. We always do those checks and compliance checks when we get there. We check on their background, we check on their vehicles, we do all those compliance checks to make sure they're compliant. And again, Hydro One complaints, same thing, we attend for photos, and we've worked with Hydro One to post cameras and things that we can do out there to help mitigate that, to gather evidence. So what have we done out there? We've done a lot of focus patrols. We've done foot patrols. I've been out there myself doing foot patrols with our emergency response team. We've done general patrols. We've been out on our ATVs. We've done combined ATV patrols with MNR. With our SAVE team, the Snow Machine, All-Terrain and Vessel Enforcement team. We've done rides out there. And right now we're doing investigative support through other branches of the OPP. There's certain branches that I can't disclose in public forum, but we are working on investigative steps right now at Tower Road. We have been for a few months. The challenge is logistically in that area, it's very challenging to power specific things that will allow us investigative techniques. I hope you can read between the lines on that one. It's a little challenging for us because of physical area. So since February of 2025, we've been involved quite heavily with stakeholders, including representatives of District of Muskoka, Georgia Bay Township, Hydro One, my fellow partner here from the MNR, and to coordinate efforts related to enhanced signage and joint patrol initiatives. We wrote a letter to the MNR in support of signage postage that was provided on March of 2025, and those signs are currently posted in different locations throughout Tower Road and different Crown lands that have been posted by the MNR. Those are currently up on. And here's some notable investigations that we've investigated in 2025 in Tower Road. Careless use of firearm, February 23rd, 2025. Uniform members responded to a Jeep stuck on the trail. Uniform members spoke to and identified the occupants of the vehicle. Occupants were attending Tower Road to camp in the target shoot. Firearms were checked by members and all were in order. In February and March 2025, several videos were provided to the Bracebridge Detachment involving men holding firearms. One video is a male riding in the back of a Jeep shooting a shotgun into the air. That male has been located and arrested and charged accordingly. Another notable investigation is possession of prohibited weapon. On April 6, 2025, officers attended for weapons and police information call. 24 male parties were involved. 2 separate groups were charged with firearms. 2 males were charged. Criminal code related firearms offenses. 22 issued POA offense notices were provided. And criminal code possession of property, weapon, and firearms. All the ammunitions were seized. And careless use of firearm, which is the current video that we're still investigating. On 26th of August 2025, multiple calls for service were received by Bracebridge OPP about videos that have surfaced on social media of male shooting in the area believed to be Tower Road and MacTier. Multiple videos of male shooting into the air or the water with shotguns, high-powered rifles, and SKS-style rifles. These were recently posted, my apologies, in 2025, but were shot in 2023. This investigation is currently ongoing. That is the Tower Road summary from 2023 to current date and time in regards to the OPP's involvement in working with municipal leaders and with MNR and what we've done continually to support public safety when it comes to Crown land. I don't know if you want to jump to South Gibson Bay, or do you want to answer questions to this one first?
I think what I'd like is you to complete your presentation.
Sure.
And then, because I'm sure they have some notes in common, and then we'll go to the council's questions.
Sounds good. Could we go to Gibson Bay summary, if you don't mind? Thank you very much. Okay, so here's the involvement from us. We didn't get any calls at all in 2023. The first calls we received in the South Gibson Bay area was in 2024. And from August 29th until October 5th, we received 4 calls. Police information calls is what they were coded as, target shooting. At the point we were working with bylaw, and then target shooting, there is people leaving shell cases behind. Those are the complaints we're receiving from the public. In 2025, we had 6 calls for service, which is based from September 1st till September 9th, so a short span of calls. I was privy to some pictures of a lot of, I would say, leftover garbage, shell casings from people shooting out there. The calls were police information, weapons, and property related. So 5 males target shooting on Crown land. Complaining was concerned that they were not allowed to target shoot. People were shooting and leaving shell cases behind. Those are the complaints that we're receiving. We've done foot patrols out there. Again, I've been out there myself, foot patrols. We've had ATV patrols out there due to complaints. And then the next occurrence summary is the weapons part. Again, people hearing gunshots, people advising there's target shooting, and then people were concerned because there was shooting and there's some kayaking in the local area. Again, we've attended the area and attended the calls for service. Steps of actions for us right now: focus patrols, foot patrols, ATV patrols. We've been doing that. And then same thing with the stakeholders. The Crown land from Tower Road applies to this location as well. That signage that the MNR requested from the OPP for support has been posted out there. I've seen them myself. They've been posted, and that signage has been up there for the last few months. And if we want to go to 12 Mile Bay, another location that some people have been doing target shooting. Again, no calls for service in 2023. We had 1 call for service in 2024. It was in May 11th. It's a police information call advising people were target shooting. We attended, no one was there. And then 2025, we've had 9 calls for service, generated from May 11th to September 19th. Calls are police information, weapons, and suspicious persons. For the police information calls, neighbors possibly doing target shooting practice on Crown land close to the complainant's house. Caller doing target shooting around 10:30 to 15:33 people, vehicle descriptors provided, so they've called in to tell us they're target shooting. And then caller can hear gunshots on Crown land, vehicle and information provided to the OPP. Suspicious persons, males carting rifle cases into the bush to target shoot. Another weapons call, caller advising hearing gunshots, and caller advising people are target shooting. Same thing, we've done general patrol and ATV patrols in the area. We've been doing that for a little while. Same thing, we talk about the signage. We promoted that to MNR. I don't think the signage is posted in this specific location yet. And again, this is one that we just recently got involved in September 13th. Call came in for service in regards to people shooting. We attended the location. We found 4 people involved. We arrested them for not having the proper prohibited weapons in their possession. And this is a picture of some of the weapons that we've seized. So again, we're pretty active in those areas. And we responded to this call and arrested people and held them accountable. And that's it for 6 Mile. So just for some perspective for you as well, we have a 3-season process within my detachment. We have our Marine program, excuse me, we have our all-terrain vehicle program and our motorized snow vehicle program. The Marine program is officially closed now. It's usually close to Thanksgiving. We keep a boat in the water just for emergency purposes. However, now we transition to ATV patrols. Tower Road and these locations are a part of our ATV patrol program, which starts in about a week. So every weekend from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we'll have ATVs on our trails throughout the district of Muskoka. Understand the district is a large place. We can't be everywhere, but we do the best we can to cover as much as we can. So those patrols will be continuing starting very soon for the fall time, obviously during hunting season.
All right, thank you very much.
So I just have one more thing to share if you don't mind.
Please.
So just to give you an idea of Tower Road, just to give an idea of some of the charges that we've laid. 11 PONs based on an occurrence. I can't give the occurrence number because it's confidential. Adult possession of prohibited or restricted firearm ×2. 2 undertakings, 2 accused arrested at that location. 2 people charged with careless use of firearm, weapons, and prohibited device or ammunition. 1 accused was arrested at that location. Another person arrested for adult operating while prohibited under the criminal code. So we charge them on a different criminal code infraction because we check people when we get there. We don't just check for firearms, we check who they are. That person was arrested for not allowed to drive. 12 Mile Bay, adult unauthorized possession of prohibited restricted firearm, adult possession of prohibited device or ammunition. One person arrested there. Total, we've laid 11 PONs, 4 Part 3 summons, 7 criminal charges, 4 undertakings for not allowing to go back to the property, and we've laid 4 charges during that timeline in Tower Road. That's in 2025. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much. I think that last picture is a bit scary. Those weapons are, people are walking around with those weapons. But I'm going to turn it over to council, and I see Councilor Graziano's had his hand up for a while, so we'll let him lead off with any questions or comments.
Thank you, and through your worship, I have a few questions directed at the officer today, and thank you for your report. Very interesting. I guess I'm going to start just for public information. So I'm not going to assume that the public is aware of our gun laws and what they are aware of. So currently in Ontario, is it against the law for a PAL holder to discharge or use a non-restricted firearm on Crown land?
You're allowed to shoot on Crown land. You're allowed to hunt and target shoot on Crown land.
Okay, so you are, and again, this is for public information. There was some data there that I appreciate, and thank you for bringing it. Do you happen to know what the average time for arrival on call is? Because I heard some data around the amount of calls, and I guess the reasons behind the calls, but what's the estimated time of arrival from the point that someone in MacTier might put a call out to the OPP to actually have an OPP officer arrive on scene to investigate? Do you have that data by chance?
No, I don't, but I can share kind of the expected timelines would be if we're in the perfect position.
Sure. Would you
So
mind?
we do have a sub office that we opened up in MacTier, and we did that about a year ago. We do run out of the fire hall out there. We also have a location in Muskoka Lakes at Abala. So let's say we're in MacTier. We're not too far from Tower Road. It's probably a 15, 20 kilometer total drive to the location of where most of these incidents were happening for the mischief piece. It's a good 10 to 12 kilometer drive on the hydro road that is man-made, so it can be challenging with a regular cruiser to get back there. You're looking at probably 25, 30 minutes.
Okay, so best case scenario between 20 to 30 minutes, somewhere around there.
Best case scenario.
Right.
Yes.
I appreciate that. And just for, again, public awareness in case, you know, they do start to hear any guns being discharged and they wish to call that, there's going to be a rough timeline for about 30 minutes to get out there. There were some charges that you identified in your presentation. I believe specifically prohibited weapons charges that have been laid and careless use of firearms. Based on your knowledge of these two charges, what's the average penalty? And again, I know it's through the courts. So what would you say is the prescribed penalty for each one of these if in the event that someone is charged with them? What's the prescribed? I know that it may get diluted in court or may not get negotiated, but what is the average penalty for each one of those?
So I can't speak on behalf of the judicial system, as
Of
you
course.
indicated. It's very challenging for me to do that because we don't control that. But judicial time, if you're found guilty, is around 2 years.
On either of those two charges?
Usually, yes, but I can't speak on what happens inside the court system, yes.
I appreciate that. There was some comments made with regards to MNRF postings and signage. I think I did hear you say that the MNR had requested that the OPP also support that by way of your own signage. Is there any signage on these trails that say that these trails are monitored by the OPP or surveilled by the OPP?
So the signage letter was provided to the MNRF to help them with creating the signs for OPP support. And we supported that because we thought it was important, and it is important. I've seen the signs themselves. It talks about what the prohibited use on the public land will be, which is pick up your litter, discharge your firearms, that type of thing. And then the bottom, it talks about any prohibited activity, report to the OPP, and it provides our 1-888 number at the bottom of the sign. So those are posted. I've seen them on Tower Road. I've seen them on South Gibson Lake because I've been out there myself doing physical foot patrols, and they are posted.
They are. Not suggesting that everyday people get involved in investigating this, but if the OPP were to seek help in their investigation, let's say someone had drone footage that they could submit to the OPP, they just happen to be in the area and they happen to have a drone up there, how would they go about doing that? How would they go about helping your potential future investigations, even if there isn't an active investigation open?
So they can provide that to the detachment for sure. So I have a specific detective assigned to Tower Road now full-time and to Crown Land within Georgian Bay.
Okay.
They are now in charge of any case that comes through. So we have one point of contact that they can gather and collect information and data. So that's set up now. I won't share their name on public forum, but for now you can share it just with the detachment. You can even send it to me if you wish. We can compile it and then it helps us with criminal investigations. The other part we talk about is the challenge with there obviously is that physical piece of camera footage and things that we can carry. We talk about a cam safe program within the within the program. It's basically camera system people can put on their houses. I'm sorry, can you hear me now? Okay, sorry about that, folks. So a cam safe program is a camera system. People can register their cameras. They can put cameras anywhere they want in their residence, and we encourage that because obviously traffic coming in and out, vehicle traffic coming in and out. If it's a way to capture that, it would help us as well for criminal investigations. It's always helpful. Anything we can get from the public to help with investigations, we're happy to have.
So there are channels for the public to get involved if in the event that they happen to have information
Absolutely.
that could be helpful for it. My last question, if I may, and then of course I appreciate everyone's indulgence here. Would you say that the majority of your calls thus far have been to investigate law-abiding firearm owners, and in your opinion, or based on your colleagues and their interactions, would you say the majority of law-abiding firearm owners have been respectful of our laws? Because what I'm hearing is that there's been some investigations with others that have unpinned mags or have altered or changed, and I'm curious to know, based on your opinion, do you feel the majority of law-abiding gun owners are actually law-abiding and following the laws?
If you're asking for my opinion, the answer is yes.
Okay.
Most people we run into are completely compliant.
Okay.
And when we check them, we check their pals, we check their firearms, we check how they're target shooting. And if there's no need for us to get involved further than that by checking on them and how they're operating themselves in a safe fashion, then we're satisfied and we don't need to be involved any further than checking on that they're being law-abiding, using Crown Land appropriately.
Excellent. My last question was the one picture, sorry, if I may. And the one picture that I did see there, you did say that there was a few that were, I guess, prohibited firearms in that picture.
Correct.
Were they all prohibited?
Not all prohibited. Some of them don't fall under the mandate of prohibited weapons now since the government's changed what they look like.
Right.
And some people in the public, unfortunately, don't know what those are yet. So they still bring these weapons that have not been classified or have been classified and then they're prohibited. These ones here also have prohibited magazines. They were pinned to your terminology and they're over capacity. So in those cases, we seize that. These folks were from Toronto. They were students from a university. They came up and did some target shooting. They weren't aware of the laws, and unfortunately, this is what happens.
It was an educational thing.
Correct.
I'm assuming charges were laid. Were their pals revoked or?
Everything was taken. We seized their firearms license. We seized the weapons. We seized everything and put it before the courts.
And the reason why I asked that question is because I want to make sure that our laws have teeth, which clearly they do. And thank you very much for confirming that. So thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Craigto.
Thank you, and through your worship, just a few questions to both Mr. Beebe and Mr. Wakefield. Thank you for your presentation. I think it's very reassuring for the public to get an overview of what kind of response has been going on over the past 2 years, and that their calls are being listened to and there is a response. I know that many people feel like because it is such a remote area, by the time police get there, they are frequently going into an empty field where there is no activity going on and there's nothing that can be done further. But the concerns I keep hearing remain that the response is appreciated. I think there's a concern that it took some media attention to get a public response from the OPP that was broader than we'd heard in the past. But obviously the OPP has been responding and we just haven't been made abreast of that. And one of the comments I wanted to make was that we had quarterly updates from the OPP, from the South Gibson Detachment, as well as occasionally from the Bracebridge Detachment. And I think those kinds of presentations to council goes a long way to help us give feedback to the OPP and the OPP to give information to us about what's going on and really help, I think, give confidence to the residents that they're being protected. So just food for thought. The one question I wanted to ask was around the signage. I think the signage that we have indicates that illegal discharge of firearms is not allowed on Crown land, which I would hope would be the case. And I don't think we need a sign that has a line that says that, because that is obviously intuitively obvious. Other areas, and specifically when we're talking about Tower Road, the areas in Gibson Lake Road, that they are more remote, and the people that are going there are not necessarily going there to practice their crossbow and practice hitting tin cans off of the fence post. They're going there for a broader discharge afternoon. And I don't think that the signs that say that we currently have are adequate. I understand that the Ministry of Natural Resources can issue a Section 28 exemption for that and provide a ban of firearm discharge in a particular area. And I'm wondering how that could be pursued further, that we could ensure that residents in the area are not worried about people coming from outside to take advantage of the remoteness and discharge with carelessness or with weapons that are not allowed legally. And I guess what can we do to pursue that avenue? And that, I guess, goes to both Mr. Wakefield and for you, Mr. Beebe.
So I can't speak on behalf of the MNR in regards to the ability to put Section 28 on the sign. I'll leave that up to Mr. Wakefield to speak to. I can speak to what police can and can't do when we arrive on scene. We're stuck with the criminal code and infractions on what we can do. And if there's any firearms violations, we arrest. As you can see, we have been since 2023 and we will continue to do so. That's our only authority that we have on Crown land. And other than that authority, that's what we have. And to Adam's point, he's absolutely right. Public safety is OPP's mandate. We get that. As you can see, we've been very active for 2 years on public safety. We will continue to do so. But our scope of ability for, I would say, doing what we do on Crown land is limited to what we discover when we get there. And as you can see, we've made multiple arrests in regards to that, but that's what we're limited to.
Okay, I guess the question could go over to Mr. Wakefield then about the Section 28.
All right. So a Section 28 prohibition is a tool designed to communicate prohibited activities on Crown land. And this tool is generally limited to addressing natural resource violations in specific areas of Crown land. It's not intended to resolve public safety issues. So, when we're looking at a Section 28 prohibition, what we're looking to establish is what is the natural resource violation that we would be considering in this circumstance. And one of the things that we've seen on the landscape is that there is a fair amount of waste left behind by these discharge activities, if you will. The MNR is in the process of procuring a contractor to remove waste from the landscape. And we will be hopefully getting that done before the snow flies this year, and evaluating additional sites that have been identified for cleanup activities as well. To my colleague's point earlier, we have established some educational signs in the 3 areas of concern, outlining, matters with respect to keeping your campsite clean, taking garbage away, not occupying a campsite for more than 21 days, no unsafe discharge of firearms, and that in conjunction with our ongoing regular patrols from our MNR conservation officers in the area, and the procurement of the waste that's been left on the landscape. I think we're doing a fair amount to address some of the issues there.
But I guess ultimately the issue of public safety doesn't get addressed by the signage that we have in place right now, and the destruction of the public property, the bridges, the signs. I think there are issues that still are not being addressed by not having a Section 28 restriction in place. But I'm not sure what other avenues there are to appeal or move forward with trying to receive some other kind of restrictions in that area.
Is that a question or a statement?
Yeah, it's a bit of both.
Okay.
So in terms of how can we appeal
May I
that perspective?
respond to
Yes.
to that? Okay. So, as my colleague here indicated, the OPP is responsible for public safety. They're also responsible for dealing with issues of vandalism. So, we need to think about what it is a Section 28 prohibition going to accomplish in this specific area. We've already noted that there are challenges with getting boots on the ground to observe activities that are contrary either to the criminal law, criminal code, or contrary to legislation. So we're not seeing people, throwing garbage on the ground from an M&R perspective. When we've sent out our conservation officers on joint patrols and on regular patrols, what we've observed is, I think we filed something with respect to a campfire that was left unattended, and I think 2 incidences where someone was fishing out of season. But what we're not observing when we're on the landscape is, issues of concern with respect to firearm discharge, at least from the M&R perspective. And again, we're not dealing with public safety on our side. We're simply, we have a very limited responsibility under the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Act for hunting, but we're not observing a lot of unsafe activity when we're on the ground. So what do we expect that a Section 28 prohibition will do? In addition to what we've already seen.
I would think
that would be the question I'd want to ask is, are we going to create an environment where, now we're potentially creating unintended consequences? More folks are being asked to, or being pushed out of the current areas of recreation into other areas of Crown land that perhaps aren't experiencing the same level of attention right now. It's not necessarily going to resolve the issue, just potentially moving it elsewhere. I may also have a situation where there are potentially more engagements between enforcement and, whose comment was it? I think yours, Councillor, about law-abiding hunters and, folks who are acting in a responsible manner. So we have to think about what is a Section 28 prohibition going to do and accomplish that isn't already within the realm of what's being done here.
Well, I thank you for those comments. I think one thing a Section 28 restriction would do is give a much more black and white response option for the OPP. And I think other areas in the province, the OPP has offered a Section 28 restriction and has restricted the use of firearms except for hunting in specific areas. So why would it be appropriate in some areas but not appropriate in this area?
We'd have to look at the context in which those other Section 28 prohibitions were established.
Well, perhaps we could ask for that to be done, but I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I'd like to address a couple of issues. First, with the MNRF. On many occasions, I've visited the site on Tower Road. I live locally and very much in touch with the local population. And I have visited the site. And when I get to the site, I find multiple campfires that were left full of shells, full of water bottles, propane tanks in environmentally sensitive areas of water that had been used for a target floating out in the water. literally thousands of shells on that bridge, and I can imagine there's the same amount of those shells that are in the water underneath that bridge. So I think there's a very big issue that the MNRF could be dealing with as far as infractions with littering and that type of carrying on that happens up there. And if you're in touch with the OPP and working with the OPP, I'm sure they have this information as well too. And I'm just wondering why the folks that have been arrested thus far, the MNRF has not done an investigation and charged them with under the act of littering. If you could just respond to that first, and then I have a few further questions for the commander.
So we are, the ministry is cognizant that there's a lot of waste being left behind on the landscape, and it's disgusting. And we are taking steps to address that waste. We are procuring a contractor to remove it from the landscape and, try and address the issue that way. With respect to filing charges for, littering on Crown land, unless we observe, unless our conservation officers observe the individual dropping garbage on the landscape, it's very, very challenging to pursue those kinds of charges.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, through your mayor, to the Commander Beebe, to do with dispatch. Now, my understanding is that when somebody phones the Bracebridge Detachment, that the call for service. Geez, I'm new. The call for service does not go directly to Bracebridge. It goes to a dispatch center, which is remote, and I believe that would be in Barrie. Am I correct in assuming that?
Our communication centers in Aurelia.
Yeah. So upon occasion, I've had calls from residents that are in a frantic state because they're in the local area and this firing is going on, and it's a matter of public safety. And they phone the dispatch, and you'll have recordings of this, I'm sure, and you'll have access to these recordings, that they are very frantic and very upset, and they were hung up on by the dispatch. Now, these are reports that were given to me from the individuals. So if those recordings are available, I'd like you to have a look at those if possible. After receiving that phone call, I received the phone call. And again, she was in quite a frantic state. So I phoned the dispatch myself, and I gave my credentials of who I was, what the matter was, and after a bit of time on the phone, I was assured that an officer was dispatched. So with members of the public being on site and me being minutes away, I waited and no officer arrived. I drove back to the site, like you said, about 10 kilometers into the hydro bridge. There was nobody there, so I came back out and waited there for another hour and a half with members of the public, and there was no response. I'm just wondering, and I'm not looking for accountability here today because I know you would have to do some looking into this, but that's a problem that I feel needs to be addressed. And I'm sure you can't answer me today, but if you would look into the dispatch and look if somebody was dispatched and did show up on scene, that would be greatly appreciated. So that's not a question, it's more of a statement, if you could appreciate that. I'm wondering, and this is a question, does the OPP employ drone technologies and use drone technologies where they could be away from danger and fly a drone over top and videotape this and get the evidence needed via the drone video?
So we do have drone technology. It's with our emergency response team. It's not typically used for aerial sites for Crown land, but it's multi-purpose. That goes through our emergency response coordinator. I'd have to coordinate with them. So to have some member on ground, they're not located in our detachment. The closest drone operator is located in Huntsville. They would have to be dispatched to that. They'd have to set up and basically do the drone. So it's not something we can't look at, but it's not readily available.
Okay, thank you for that. And if I may, one last question through you, Mayor. To my recollection, this all began long before the Tower Road incidents. It actually began at the Big Shoot Marina some 6 years ago, where they were trespassing. A group, a very identifiable group, was trespassing over the marina property, climbing the fence, then going back into Crown land and shooting. Many complaints were lodged with the OPP, but there was nothing done at that time. And I understand that there's quite a bit being done now. But my question is, when this was first on the scene here, when it first came to the township of Georgian Bay, there didn't seem to be much response to it. And I know this is before your time as commander, but can you offer anything to anyone here in the room of why this was not addressed when it first started happening in this township, and it took until the Tower Road incident really before we got any response?
I think you can see from the data presented today that even since 2023, we've been active. Only 4 calls for service, sometimes lower than that at certain locations. And the calls we received are, I'm going target shooting and I'm going to be there for an hour. Most people who are compliant with firearms usually don't call the police to put attention to themselves. They're going to go out and they're going to shoot respectively on Crown land, which we would hope that they do. Previous occurrences since then, I didn't bring data to speak to 2022, 2021, or 2020. I can provide that for you if you wish, but I would say that the data is probably pretty similar. You're going to see the biggest increase in calls for service since 2024 and 2025, when people started saying, go use this Crown land and start putting on online platforms to a location they can go and shoot. And as you can see also by the data, we've been pretty active since that time. I can't speak to Upper Big Shoot, sir. I'm not familiar with that. That's not in, I think that's actually OPP Aurelia who takes care of Upper Big Shoot, depending on geographical location you're speaking to, but I can't speak to that part of it. I'm sorry.
Okay, I appreciate all your answers here today. The one thing that I will give you from the public is they're very afraid to walk now on Crown land. They're very afraid to take their kids out and hike on Crown land. I happen to use the Tower Road to gain access to the Moon River to take my kids down fishing at the landing on the Moon River. We don't do that anymore because of what's happening up there. And I'm sure many people that have used Crown land for snowmobiling, which goes right over that bridge, ATVing that goes right over that bridge, these rights are being taken away from the people because of these actions. So I think more of your presence, the more of your presence would be appreciated. And hopefully we can solve this issue, just not move it on to another township or move it on to another region, but actually remove this from society if possible. So thank you for your efforts, and I thank you both for coming in today.
Councilor Graziano?
Thank you, through your worship. Just one additional question to our the officer present today. And perhaps it's not advised, but would you recommend for those that are going out to do target shooting that they contact the OPP dispatch to notify that they might be out there, or is that going to flood potentially your communications line?
I don't see a potential issue with that, to let us know you're target shooting. I don't think we're going to be flooded with calls. It's a dispatch call, and if we feel they need to go out there. But like I said before, most respectful people on the Crown land that we're observing are respectful people, and they use it for the right purpose and the right reason. Most people who call to say they're target shooting are probably not using it illegally. That's what we find. They're not putting attention to themselves. So if people are calling in saying they're target shooting and then we hear gunshots, we can respond and say, yes, we are aware of that. People are target shooting. They've called and let us know. That would probably be an appropriate response.
Great, and I appreciate that for public education. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Seeing no more hands, I greatly appreciate the two of you coming. But I have a couple questions. Obviously, the most dramatic things we see are a couple of those videos of a bunch of what I have chosen to call them yahoos. I'm not sure that's the politically correct or technically correct title, but that's the one I picked for now. And I'm sure there's other words as well, but you know, I have to be a little bit careful. And I think I share with everybody the disappointment that we remain scared to go onto some sections of Crown land. And Mr. Wakefield, I'm really frustrated, not at you, but at your regulations when they don't seem to give a damn about public safety, only about pollution. And these guys are clear. I haven't seen any women in the shot so far. They may include women, I don't know, but these yahoos are clearly polluting. but they're also a real danger to public safety. And when I see that the MNR in some areas have been willing to put up signs that say no shooting in this area or no camping in this area, and you may argue that's only for the sake of protecting the natural resources, well, I would argue what these yahoos are leaving behind is absolutely damaging natural resources. And I think that if it's not safe for the public, somewhere in your regulations, I really wish you would search for the word safety, because I think that should be party responsibility. I don't expect you to go in and arrest people who have illegal guns. But I think I want to believe that you can support our OPP a little bit more by posting signs that allow them to go in and say, sorry, you're not allowed to be shooting here, full stop. Because I think all our responsible hunters have no desire to shoot on Crown land that's close to residents, that's close to public paths. I think the gun owners I know are exceptionally careful with their weapons. They don't want to threaten anyone. These yahoos couldn't care less. And so I plead with you, give the OPP a little more to work with. Over to you.
I'm not entirely clear I got the question from that, but.
Okay, the question is, why can't you post signs in a couple of specific areas, no shooting allowed, full stop, as you have in other parts of the province?
Is that the request of council, that we prioritize public safety in these areas of concern?
I'm sure council, I'm seeing a lot of head nods. Do you want a motion, a resolution to that effect? We'll give you one.
No, that's fine.
Okay. And I think.
No, I appreciate clarity, and the ministry is always willing to consider exercising its authority under the Public Lands Act to establish a prohibition on any kind of activity on Crown land. But, there have been a number of different perspectives shared.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Hydro One has expressed concerns about its infrastructure, but also the safety of its employees.
Mm-hmm.
You've made it clear today that council is particularly concerned with public safety.
Yes, absolutely.
And I appreciate that clarity.
Okay. Message received then. All right. Inspector or commander, whatever title you prefer today. Is there anything else that you need from us or the MNR or anybody else so that you can more effectively try to keep these yahoos away from everybody else?
I think the conversation today has been very helpful. I think sharing perspectives and sharing information with the public's been good. I think it's great to share that with the public. I think sitting with my colleague today and having this resolution is a very good thing as well. As a detachment, we're actually doing pretty good. We will respond to calls for service. We increase ATV patrols. We're actually in good position right now, and we have a full-time detective assigned to any future cases. So we're in good position right now. I want everyone to understand that we will continue to do what we're doing, and that won't stop. We understand that public safety is our mandate, and we'll continue to do so.
Thank you very much. Because I greatly appreciate you coming here. I greatly appreciate the information. I greatly appreciate the fact that the issue has been elevated, and you've been arresting people and were appropriate. I don't know. Maybe I'm too naive, but I just think some of these folks belong in jail, full stop. And the more you can do, and the more you can do to put the appropriate people away so that everybody else can do what they do responsibly. And I know you're doing that every day. So I'm not yelling at you. I'm just encouraging you to get these yahoos out of everybody's backyard, not just ours. And I hope I don't have to define Yahoo any further. Sorry? So I think we're looking for a little more clarification on the signage. I mean, do you need a resolution ASAP so they can get the signs up? Because, I know we're going into hunting season, and I know that some hunters are going to be out there, and I really don't want them to be doing it so that if the stray bullet shows up. But I'm not worried about the hunters. I'm worried about the yahoos.
If I may, hunting season, depending on the species, can extend throughout the year. So if you have an interest in hunting skunks and red fox in Wildlife Management Unit 46, which covers most of the township of Georgian Bay, you can be out on Crown land hunting skunks and red fox pretty much year round. So, just one of those food for thought. Hunting season is not necessarily limited to a very narrow window. There are certainly windows where it's more active, deer, moose, bear, perhaps. But if you've got a need for a skunk or a red fox, then you can be out there on Crown land hunting year round.
Thank you for that. I can tell you that based on my personal experience, not being a gun owner, not being a hunter, that come September, I hear a little more gun shooting. And come October, I know the marinas can't find people because they're out in the bush somewhere. Anyway, okay. I think I don't see any further hands. I'm going to end this with thank you very much for coming. I think you fully appreciate where all of us are coming from and our concerns, and we appreciate all the work you can do, have done, and how much more you will be doing for us in the future. And hopefully the incidences will go down going forward. So I say thank you very much again. Okay, Council, with your indulgence, I would like to now reorganize our agenda a little and go to open forum, because I think we have a number of people who might be in the room or online to want to speak to us. And I think for their sake, let's do open forum at this point. And it may be partially related to what we've just heard. Madam Clerk, do we have many online that want to do an open forum? Do we know? Okay, so if anybody's online who want to be part of open forum, I encourage you to raise your hand. In the crowd here, I don't know how many have signed up for open forum, but anybody who's signed up for open forum, come on forward, one at a time. But does anybody want to be an open forum? We have a number of names on a list. Yep. Okay, please. Then I'll because you put your hand up first. To the mic, please. The rules and regulations include first and last name and address. Otherwise, the clerk elbows me. Yeah.
Hi. Okay, my name is Gina and my last name is Young, and I'm appreciative of all that is being done. And I'm just going to give a quick context to my question. I think that at our level of government, and I think the OPP, and I think people working together are very also frustrated with what's happening and doing what they can within what they have to work with. And sometimes I think that our frustration can be misguided. So my question is there a governmental database where we can track what happens, the charges and arrests that are happening, and then what the sentencing and the bail, can we watch it somewhere? Is there a governmental resource where we can see it through so that we can direct our frustrations to the entities in government that can make the changes?
My first answer is at the municipal level, no. Provincial level, no. I've seen a head shake, no. I know that's not the answer you want, and I think it's not the answer many want, but at this point, no.
Okay, so we just have to do this searching ourselves then, don't we?
Yeah.
And see where changes could be made additionally that might be helpful. Okay, well, thank you for all that you're doing here.
Thank you.
From this
And
end.
you're wearing an emergency services?
I'm not emergency. I'm working in the office at the fire camp.
Appreciate it nonetheless. All right. And
My name is Angel Jones, and I live off of South Bay Road on Toby's Road. I have been complaining and basically calling the OPP every weekend at one point since 2000. So since COVID started, we've had nothing but people coming on recreational Crown land target shooting. So I basically gave up this year calling because nobody comes out. I've had the runaround as far as speaking with OPP, the MNR, and your bylaw officers. Nobody, it just keeps getting punted off. As far as anything being done or even being posted, nothing, there's no signage. So I've been calling since 2000 and sorry, I apologize, 2020. Yeah, so 2020. And nothing has been done. So it did, I don't know which one I brought it up, but this didn't blow up until social media got a hold of it. And I appreciate that it's come to light now, but I think with you guys making changes with the bylaw is only affecting your residents. These are all outside people from other cities that are coming in here and making havoc in our township, but you're punishing us at the end of the day. So I don't agree with what you had said as far as changing the signage to say no shooting, because now you are taking away from your residents who are avid hunters. You have a lot of Métis and full status Aboriginal people here, and you are now taking away from them as well. So I think you really have to think hard on what you really want, because at the end of the day, you guys are only punishing your residents. And I'm sure there's a lot of folks here that don't hunt or do recreational shooting that are angry about what's happening. I think OPP needs to address this and do their job and arrest these people. I don't think it's a township thing. As far as having bylaw officers come in unarmed is ridiculous. That's, I don't know how you could even ask of the officers to do that.
all right, so I'm hearing a couple of things here. One is you're concerned about shooting in the Toby's Bay area that hasn't been addressed. Toby's Road, rather.
Yes.
Yep. That's the first time I've heard of that.
It's South Bay Road.
I know where Toby's Road is.
It's where the old road was. So
Mm.
there's an actual pull-off. So people can park there.
Yep.
Yesterday, I listened for 3 hours
Okay.
of shooting.
All right, and then you're concerned about the no shooting. I mean, I was thinking about no shooting in very specific areas, not overall, definitely not. But where we've had.
You're talking about specific areas, specific Crown land.
Yeah.
So
This is, open forum is not a place of debate. The open forum is where you bring your concerns forward for further consideration. I'm just giving you some very quick responses. So you don't want us to post no shooting in specific areas, and you do want Toby's Road shooting.
South Bay Road, I need South Bay Road to be looked at, and I would love to have the if the signage as far as it being recreational Crown land, that there's a difference. You have people walking trails, four-wheeling in there, and people are shooting. Also, can we get that data as far as time response? Because as far as Mr. Bryan had brought up as far as no response time. I've been dealing with that as well with Sope Road. So I love the presentation, but I think it's
Okay,
absolutely
Um,
unrealistic.
all right. That South Bay Road is a different detachment than the inspectors here now, because that would be in the area of the Midland detachment. So that's a different inspector than the one who's sitting at the back, standing at the back wall. Just for your information, this is the Midland OPP for South Bay Road.
For data, it's still your township, our township.
Mhm.
So it should be part of that data. It should have been.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Anybody online?
Good morning. Thank you to the mayor and
Uh,
council.
So again, the usual name and address before.
Okay, I didn't follow protocol. So my name's Dawn MacDonald, and I'm a member of the MacTier community. So again, thank you, council. Thank you, mayor, for allowing me this opportunity. I'll try to be brief. It's in relationship to the MacTier refresh. I believe we all share the same goal to create strong, inclusive community plans for the entire community, but specifically MacTier. We are a community of people who are proud, we're engaged, deeply invested in shaping our future. So when the township announced an invite-only consultation meeting recently, there was real frustration. The approach didn't reflect who we are or how we work together as a community. People here want their voices heard. In response, we did form a committee that would like to partner closely with council and the staff here in Georgian Bay. On October 25th, we are hosting a community session embracing principles of community development, that all voices need to be included. This won't be just information sharing, it will be real dialogue with facilitated exercises designed to gather meaningful input on how we see MacTier's future. We've already begun spreading the word. We've included a door-to-door campaign, so we're seeing people face to face, and there's a real strong interest and excitement from all age groups. We would like to request the township partner with us in bringing the community together to plan our future. Our ask is that the township provide the meeting location, which is the arena, participation of the township staff and counselors, and finally financial support to offset our costs associated with this day. We're trying to make it as inclusive as possible. We want young people, so we're going to offer daycare. We think this is truly a chance to turn a moment of frustration into a strong step forward by working together to build the kind of community plan we can all be proud of. And I trust that we can count on your support and your participation. So it's really just to express our frustration and really hope and ask that you folks are all on board and that we can have that support. Thank you.
Thank you. One clarification. You mentioned October 25th. I've seen notices go around for October 18th.
We had to, well, we made a decision to change the date. Next weekend or the weekend after Thanksgiving is the Cranberry Festival and the Wata Powwow. So because we want community development principles, we wanted to make sure everyone had an opportunity to participate.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Have they come on over? Okay, I see PM. If you could identify first and last name, please. And you are muted. Hmm. All right. You're still muted. All right. Well, they'd work that out. Is anybody in the audience here would wish to come forward for open forum? I know I have some names on the list, but hmm.
Thank you. My name's Louise Rivett. I'm from MacTier. There were a lot of names on the list, so I'm not sure everyone not speaking. I just wanted to speak about the discharge bylaw. I think that it's been well understood that the township was asked to get involved because of the amount of shooting that was going on. It's obvious from the enforcement representatives that were here that the township really has no teeth except for shooting that randomly happens very close within our local settlement areas, which isn't the problem. I think the bylaw as it stands has not had any complaints against it. There have been 4 calls in I think so many years about actual shooting going on within the 75 meters of buildings. That's not the problem. So I would ask that the township consider not making any changes to the bylaw. I'm speaking about this because I did come forward at the public meeting and put my support behind the bylaw, not clearly understanding where the lines are drawn as far as enforcement goes. So my ask to the township today is please do not change the bylaw and leave it to the RCMP and the OPP to enforce what the problems are that we see in our local area. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I'm going to go to Angela. If you could identify first and last name and unmute yourself, you have an opportunity. Okay, sorry. Then we can't get that. We have another person here. Okay. Katie Garner. Angela, you've unmuted yourself. Are you able to speak? Yeah. All right, we're going to go to Katie Gorman.
Hi, my name's Katie Gorman. My cottage is at 1187 South Gibson Lake Road. Sorry, this is a bit emotional for me. This has been literally my worst nightmare for the last 5 years. I'm second generation. My family's been on the lake for 35 years. I am the last cottage on the road. This is a public safety issue. I grew up on that lake and I used to frequently hike in the woods there. And, when you are approached by 20 men with large weapons when you're in the woods, it's very intimidating. I also want to talk about the emergency response time. I did call the OPP yesterday. I tried non-emergency and was on hold for 45 minutes. I had the same thing happen while they were shooting during the extreme fire ban. An officer did come yesterday and he waited in his car for the shooters to leave the woods, and I could hear, I was watching from my deck the conversation. It was a bit upsetting that he pointed towards my cottage and indicated that it was me that had called. I didn't appreciate that. On top of the shooting, there's illegal parking happening at the end of South Gibson Lake Road. We are constantly calling this in to bylaw, but I'm aware that there's nobody to ticket on weekends after Labor Day because they're students. But I've had instances where people are blocking my driveway and, you know, in the case of an emergency, I wouldn't be able to leave my property. And it's just an utter lack of disrespect. It's the garbage. I know somebody on the lake actually went out and collected everything. It was 3 people cleaning for 3 hours, and the photos of the ammunition are shocking. I've had hikers come, you know, scared out of the woods. I've been canoeing myself and had shooters shoot across the water. I've been calling this in since 2017. Um, you know, it's completely changed the way that I live at my cottage when I am there. I no longer feel safe going back in those trails. And I know that my neighbors feel the same way. You know, when yesterday there was 3 separate groups that came to target practice. So, you know, putting up with 6 to 8 hours worth of shooting on a Sunday is not ideal. So I'm asking that something be done. I'm not anti-gun, but this is a public safety issue, and this situation has gone on for far too long.
All right. Thank you very much for your input. We greatly appreciate it. And I think you expressed very well our concerns about the folks shooting wildly near residences. These are not responsible hunters that you're talking about.
No, these are people from out of town. I take pictures of every single license plate. I have a logbook along with my neighbors. You know, I've considered putting a camera at the end of my driveway to record the comings and goings because I am directly across from the trail. You know, I've gone out and spoken to people. My partner went out a couple of weeks ago and had a conversation with some guys there, and you know, he's former military, and the guys didn't even know what a PAL was. So that is concerning. And I realize that, you know, it may change the way that some people are using the space, but like, you know, if somebody gets shot back there, like I've had an emergency at my cottage and the response time is an hour. You know, we're right on the border of 2 different detachments, and, you know, I won't let my family walk back there anymore.
Well, thank you, and I hope you are able to share the information you've collected with the OPP, because I'm sure that will help them with their investigations. And again, thank you very much. We appreciate your input.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Peter G next online.
Hi guys, my name's Peter. If we have a family home on Sweets Park. Can you hear me?
Yeah, could we have your last name and address, please?
Yeah, last name is Guzzo, and we're at 565 Sweets Portage Road in Port Severn on Gloucester Pool. I guess my first, I totally feel for some of the residents who have, as you guys called them, yahoos showing up and shooting multiple rounds. I am a hunter. I am a gun owner. I am a member of a shooting range, so I'm able to thankfully shoot there. I don't need to go into the Crown land. But I guess my concern sort of falls around, you know, the legal gun owner who wants to hunt whatever game, you know, in Crown land. How does this bylaw sort of affect them? I guess going forward. I guess that's a question.
I'm going to turn that question over to our bylaw officer.
Sorry, Peter, just to clarify, you're checking to see if the proposed bylaw would affect your hunting rights on Crown land.
Yes. Because we have, I'm going to guess it's about 300 or 400 acres of Crown land, literally on the opposite side of the road, that we hunt in, you know, not all the time, but occasionally. So my question is, hunting on that crown land, how do these bylaws affect me now?
It doesn't. It won't affect if the crown land use is permitted there, then you're allowed to do that. The bylaw doesn't speak to anything with crown land.
Okay, so it's literally meant for yahoos showing up, target shooting in certain areas in basically an unsafe manner.
Yeah, there's lots of pieces to the bylaw. I'm happy to explain them offline if you want to learn more. We're going to do a presentation here later and to decide what the next steps are. It does speak about, you know, distance from houses, how small the acreage can be that you're shooting on, etc. So it's quite lengthy, but I'm happy to speak offline if you would like more information.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to go back to the audience. Anyone here wish to comment on anything as part of open forum? I think we had a few other people sign up. Sorry. Okay, well, I'm checking here first, and then we're going to go back online. But nobody's jumping up and down, so let's go back online. Oh. You have to be signed up to speak? At this point, I'm making exceptions, but you do have to sign up eventually. Okay, thank you.
I actually don't need a microphone. Yeah, they can't hear you online. Oh, okay. Okay. My name is Teresa Restmeyer. My property is 130 Iroquois Road off of South Gibson. We have owned the property since 1986. We are full-time residents since 2006. 2006. Yeah. We hear the gunshots. This time of the year, we don't know if it's hunters or if it's what you call yahoos that are doing it. I don't call them yahoos. My concern is towards the phone calls that are being given by legal hunters that or target shooters. They're going out, they legally have licenses. They legally can do what they're doing. They call the OPP to tell them that they are going to be doing that. My concern is, does the OPP follow up on those calls? Anybody who owns a phone can make a phone call. You have no way talking to them on the phone to ascertain whether or not they are actually who they say they are. My opinion is, you get that call, you go to that location and you make sure that's what's happening. That's my concern.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You said we have a couple more online.
There are 2 people listed online. I'm going to try to allow them to talk without bringing them in and see.
Okay. Okay, we're going to go back to PM. If you can identify yourself, and please go ahead.
Hi, it's Stacy McEwen, and my husband has a hunt camp on Tower Road. He's on Gooley Lake. We have been in the heart of all this chaos. We've actually had to call 911 a few times. My husband had to call last year at hunting time, and we had to call last year and this year because of the shooting. We have young children that were terrified as we're coming around a corner on a 4-wheeler and see these people with their guns pointed towards us in an unsafe manner. It's ridiculous. I hope that as all of us can work together to make this stop and get this beautiful place safe again.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure Inspector Beebe appreciates very much your concerns. Angela.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. If you could give your last name and address, we'd appreciate it.
Sure. My name is Angela Nirok, and I have a cottage on South Gibson Lake Road. I just have a few questions with regards to one, why are the many arrests that have happened and charges pressed not really made the news or been made public, made us aware of what's going on? The other question I have is with regards to the people that are being charged and hearing that there's more detectives and possibly the anti-terrorist unit involved in the investigation. Are these people at all associated with the Bishnoi terrorist group or the Sikhs for Khalistan group? I'm asking because multiple times now they've been identified as Sikh people, not only in the video, but also the Sikh men showed up when we were doing a cleanup at Gibson Lake. Sikh men were also identified shooting across the river at the kayakers. So I'm just wondering if there's been any relation to these terrorist groups and you know, sort of, if these people are not hunters that are target practicing, what is their purpose or reason for having these types of guns or doing this kind of shooting and behavior?
I'm going to ask the inspector to respond to that, please.
Hello, Angela. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
So, the OPP do have specific units within the organization. You indicated the name of one of those units. These people in these videos have been investigated thoroughly. There's no relation at all to terrorist cells or terrorist groups or anything like that whatsoever. I can reassure you of that because it was thoroughly investigated. So we also work with Peel for facial recognition. We've done all that. There's no linkages whatsoever.
Okay, thank you.
So the good news, it's been investigated and that they're not related to terrorist groups, even if they're making many of us feel quite frightened. No. All right. Anyone else? Mr. Cooper, you know the routine.
Yes. Your Worship and Council, I'd like to know, or we'd like to know, what stage is this bylaw at? Is there going to be another open house? How is it going to be enacted? You know, we had one meeting. I let people know what I thought. I'm a hunter, but you know, I believe that this shooting that's going on is not proper, and we have our own. We go to a special range. We just don't go to Tower Road. Like I'm glad I don't live next there. So our question is how is this going to happen over the next month, or is it going to take a half a year for this new bylaw that's going to impact us?
Following open forum, the next item we're going to go to on our agenda is the firearm discharge bylaw, and we're going to get a report on all the public input, and basically, if I can summarize, our bylaw department is going to ask us whether we as council want them to pursue it further or not. We are clearly getting input on there, and in between. So we as council will be trying to make a decision as to whether we go further with updating the bylaw or not.
Because we do have a bylaw saying no hunting on Sunday. That's not being followed and not being policed. You know, when I was ATVing a lot over on Joe King's Road, there was always some group in there hunting, you know, not wearing orange or anything, just with rifles on a Sunday. And you talk to them, well, we don't know that. So, you know, we have some bylaws now that we don't.
So, and bylaw enforcement is, I hate to put it this way, it's always a challenge because it's complaint driven.
Yes.
And yeah, I'm Ms. King.
Sorry, just for clarity there, the Sunday hunting is not a township bylaw. We either opt in or opt out to allow it or not allow it. So we're one of the places that don't allow it, so it'd still be following.
It's an M&R regulation. And our bylaw officers don't have the authority to enforce provincial or federal regulations.
Okay. So we have to be careful how many bylaws we have to enforce. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I didn't have my microphone on. So that ends open forum. And council, further to your indulgence, I think the appropriate thing for us to do now is to skip down to staff report 12A, firearm discharge bylaw public input update. All right. Ms. King.
All right, I did lose Josh. I guess there's a bushfire going on, so he's left. So Karen's tagging in on my PowerPoint because I can't do two things at once. Okay, so I'm just here to bring this report forward with the presentation. It basically has all of our survey results and information back from our public open house. Karen, next slide, please. So again, I'll say this one more time. On June 3rd, 2024, Council passed Resolution C24-199, which is the below wording here. So basically asking staff to review our discharge bylaw to ensure resident safety is protected from discharge of firearms, make sure that they cannot damage private property, prepare a report with recommendations for any measures that increase these protections. Then the second that is that we have M&R and OPP do a presentation and tell us what they are doing to address these concerns as well. So that's where this, draft bylaw kind of came to fruition here. So back in May 6, 2025, I brought forward a report to Committee of the Whole providing staff recommendations on some changes to our firearm bylaw, which is from 91, so it is quite old. The following, after the discussion in the Committee of the Whole, the resolution below is passed and basically instructing staff to hold an open house and conduct a survey and bring back a revised draft to the bylaw to Committee of the Whole. With the feedback I got, I thought it'd be valuable to bring it back so that everyone sees it first and then we make a decision as to what we do next. So public open house, so we held this back in August, on the 14th of August. Approximately 140 people showed up to that open house, which was great. We had lots of good questions, lots of good information dispelled to the public. We went through the prohibitions in the new bylaw, the exemptions that come with them, common questions heard by staff, and enforcement options through the administrative monetary penalty system. We had a question and answer period and some open discussions, and then we had the take-home survey there for them to begin. Karen? Okay, so then the survey, which we did following up, we did have a deadline of August 31st to try and get that answers in, but we did actually hold it open until the 19th of September. So we did get 177 responses, and that was a total of 10 questions asked. So now I'm just going to get into these results. So the first question we asked was, are you currently a resident or taxpayer of the township? 88 people said yes, or 80%, sorry, said yes, and no was 12%. Prior to attending this open house, did you review the proposed discharge bylaw and accompanying information? Because we have a web page dedicated to this issue. 64% said yes, 36% said no. So do you engage in bow or firearm use within the township for recreational hunting or other purposes? 75 of the respondents said yes, 75%, and no, 25%. So this one was a bit more, a lot more options here. So do you support the update of the bylaw to regulate firearm and bow discharge within the township? So you can see there 21% strongly support, 10% somewhat support, 8% are neutral, 6% oppose, and 54% strongly oppose. Okay, fifth question. So do you feel that firearm or bow discharge in your area is currently safe and well regulated? 63% said yes, 25% said no, and 11% were unsure. Have you seen and experienced a firearm or bow being used in a way that felt inappropriate or unsafe? Something that in the new bylaw could help prevent. So yes, 25% have saw that, and no, 75%. So these questions, they're fillable answers, and I attach them to the report for you to review as well with all the details. So this question asks, if you are a licensed gun owner, what are your concerns and priorities when drafting this new bylaw? We took all those answers and tried to summarize them to 4 key points to explain them today. So the first one was concern over unjustified regulatory changes. So the proposed bylaw is seen as unnecessary reaction to isolated incidents, which we've obviously been talking about quite lengthily today, rather than a systemic problem, with many arguing that existing laws already address these concerns. 2, the second theme was the impact on local gun owners and hunters. Significant emphasis on negative effects of the new bylaw on law-abiding gun owners, particularly those engaged in traditional hunting and target practice on their property. So the third was jurisdictional and enforcement concerns. Questions were raised with the township's authority to regulate Crown land, highlighting preference for law enforcement entities like the OPP and MNR to handle these issues. And the fourth theme was preservation of rights and traditions. Strong opinions against what is perceived as erosion of personal rights, traditional freedoms of hunting and firearm use, with the assertions that proposed bylaw represents overreach of local government. So the 8th question that we asked here is, if you're not a gun owner, do you have any concerns with gun use? And if so, what are they? Again, we summarized it into 4 key themes. Safety and regulation concerns, concerns about firearm discharge too close to residents, endangering animals and family, a fear of unregulated firearm use by individuals who do not follow safety guidelines or proper licensing. 2, the noise and environmental impact. So we heard about that again today with all the litter that is coming with these sites as well. So damage to infrastructure by target shooters, littering, shell casings, trash, etc. The third theme was lawful and unlawful practice. So concern for responsible firearm users being overshadowed by the careless, unlawful acts of the yahoos that we're talking about here today. The impact of the new bylaw primarily affecting law-abiding citizens rather than unlawful ones. And then the fourth result was that the impact on lifestyle and recreation. So they're concerned about frequent shooting and not being able to use that outdoor space, as well as some anxiety that comes with the sounds or leading to concerns in these cottage areas. The 9th question we asked is, if given the opinion, which course of action, or given the option, sorry, which course of action would you prefer the township to pursue? Bring forward the bylaw updated for further review, repeal the old bylaw and have no enforcement, or no opinion. So 40% said bring the bylaw forward again. 50 said repeal it and have no enforcement, and then there was 10 with no opinion. So the last question we asked here, question 10, again, was one of those fillable surveys that you got all the answers from. Do you have any suggestions or recommendations for improvement for township staff regarding the discharge of firearms bylaw? Again, the 4 themes are the preservation of traditional practices and local autonomy. Strong emphasis on maintaining current lifestyle, while includes hunting and target shooting traditions. Calls to remove or revise property size restrictions that affect residents who have traditionally used their land to target practice or hunt. The second theme was distinction between legal and illegal firearm use. Focus on penalizing activities such as unsafe shooting practices while protecting the rights of responsible gun owners. Encouragement for enforcement and monitoring of problematic areas rather than blanket restriction to all gun owners. The third theme was jurisdiction enforcement roles, again, kind of a similar to what we've seen in the previous questions. Concerns about municipal overreach, encouraged to bolster existing law enforcement resources and efforts rather than introducing new municipal regulations. The last theme here was community safety and consultation, so collaboration between the township, law enforcement, and community groups to address specific safety concerns and educate new residents, broader audiences about the realities and safety measures of firearm use in the area. So now we're just into the comments and questions, but basically from my report, which the mayor mentioned earlier, at this time with the information that I provided you to council or council, I'm seeking direction from you. So 1, continue editing the proposed discharge bylaw and bring it back to committee of the whole for further review. 2, discontinue editing, like stop the process of this proposed bylaw and continue enforcing the existing 91-105 as required. 3, it would be to repeal the 91-105, resulting in no further enforcement powers regarding firearm discharge. And the reason I put that 3 in there is because 91-105 is so outdated that if we did have to use it, I think it would be a struggle because there's not, the things that are needed in the bylaw. So there's not those enforcement tools, those things. So if we did have to, like if there was a situation where it was relevant to summons that person to court, I don't think it would stand because it is so outdated. So I'll leave it up to discussion and if you have any questions.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to council. I'll just then, based on your last comments, and I'm just looking between options 2 and option 3. You're basically saying option 2, which is to continue using the existing one, might actually be a fruitless exercise.
There's pieces to that too, because lots of people, like the OPP was saying, that they get calls of people coming in to legally hunt and shoot. We get those calls too, like probably 20 or 30 a year, who call responsibly and ask us, what do we have in place? Well, we do have that 75-meter setback. We do have the setback from a landfill or pit. So there still is value in it. Just laying charges under it might be interesting. That's kind of more my take on it.
All right, thank you very much. Council, let's start with Council Wojcik, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Karina, thank you very much for your report here today. I'm going to add some comments here that reflect my position, being the councillor that lives here in the township, has boots on the ground, and addresses the concerns of the residents of the township, both seasonal and permanent residents. Before I even get started, in 1990, there was a bylaw put together which addressed the needs of the generation that we have today. Since that bylaw was put in place, there's been 4 calls for service from our bylaw department, 4 in 35 years. If you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so that was the 4 calls within the last 10 years.
4 calls in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
But the bylaw has been in place for 35 years. Okay. 33? Okay. A while. My initial thoughts back when we instructed a review of the bylaw, it was to address the concerns of identifiable individuals that are firing firearms on Crown land and hydro property. It was a real safety concern, and my understanding was when we asked you to review the bylaw that we would be addressing those concerns. Since that time, we found out that our bylaw basically has no jurisdiction whatsoever on the Crown lands or the hydro properties. That's the responsibility of the OPP and the MNRF. The licensed hunters and gun owners within the township certainly have their rights, whether it's through their education, through PAL, their hunting licenses, or even the indigenous harvesting, the harvesting abilities. I think that any change to the existing bylaw would add provisions that would not do any service to these people whatsoever. I think I've made this point many times. I'm a resident of this township for 40 years. I raised my kids to use firearms in a proper, responsible way. We taught them how to shoot pop cans off the back fence. We taught them how to use crossbows into targets on our property, right in Port Severn. These are what we call responsible gun owners. So we've been given the options here, 3 options. First option is continue on with the bylaw and making more recommendations for change, which I'm not in favor of. I'll tell you that right off the start. Option number 3, which is to completely repeal the 1990 bylaw so that our bylaw would have no ability for enforcement. I'm not in favor of that either. I think our bylaw needs to take calls, respond to the calls in such a way that they notify the OPP or the MNRF. So I don't want to see you taken completely out of the picture. Like I said, I've been here for 40 years and I've lived with this bylaw that was put in 1990, and I see no issue with that, and I don't think there's any need to change it. And I think the residents of the township have been very clear to me that they don't want you to continue and make changes and revise the current bylaw, that what we have in place today is fine, and we've all worked with it since 1990 and had no issues. So this councillor will vote for option number 2 on the recommendations of the input from our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. Quite a complex issue to consider here. There's many different dimensions and of information specifically around safety, while at the same time balancing out the rights of legal gun, firearm, owners. There's a couple of issues that, maybe not an issue, rather some logic that I'd like to apply here for a moment. In that, I think that the bylaws or strengthening bylaws may potentially make the matter worse. And allow me to develop this, if I may. So bylaws created making discharge more restrictive on personal properties push more people to Crown land. More people discharge on Crown land, more calls and issues with recreational Crown land users, which then creates harder bylaws because those people contact their local counselors and say, hey, we have a problem here. My child and I were ATVing and we had a firearm potentially pointed at us, which then, again, with these newly created harder bylaws, push more people onto Crown land. And we can see this repeating in a never-ending loop here. So what do we do in this situation? Well, similar to Councillor Bocek and his comments today, I would agree. I think option 2, which is if it ain't broke, don't fix it, applies. The 75-meter setback, I think, is there to ensure that there are safety parameters around shooting within the vicinity of the general population, while at the same time providing a bit of a striking balance for locals who endeavor to want to go out and exercise their hunting rights. We don't have a problem per se, based on the data that we've heard today from locals and law-abiding gun or firearm owners, rather a few that are coming up from the city. We saw pictures of some restricted firearms, and we heard today that those people are coming up from the University of Toronto, assuming that they are located in Toronto. I assume the gentlemen that have been making their social media 15 minutes of fame, as one is identified as yahoos, are also from out of town. And such, it's not an issue with our locals. It's not an issue with our hunters. This is simply an issue with the law, which leads me to my next comment. I feel personally that it's incumbent on our federal government to strengthen the laws. We heard today the OPP officer say that a 2-year potential term for reckless use of a firearm or possession of a legal firearm. I personally think that that's silly. 10 years minimum. You point a gun at somebody, 10 years, you're seeing jail time. You have a legal firearm in your possession, 10 years, no questions asked, go straight to jail. It's incumbent on our federal government to fix this problem, not on our municipal government to fix this problem. And so I'm going to invite the 2 other councillors that have been supporting specifically our side and MacTier here today, Councillor Bocek and Councillor Pretko, to join me in a motion next month that I'd like to dedicate on behalf of those in MacTier and here in Port Severn, to write a letter to our federal government requesting that they consider this and potentially circulate this within our CIP to see if we can get other municipalities to join on this as well. We do need federal intervention. We don't need municipal intervention, and I think strengthening bylaws is just going to push more of us locals onto those Crown land areas, which is going to make it more compressed and potentially expose us to more potential harm as there are more people in those areas. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pretko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. And thank you, Karina, for the hard work you've done on this. I don't think it has been a very easy file compared to some of the other easier things you have to do, like parking. Oh, sorry, but I'm heartened by the community input that people have given on this topic, and I think there's been an awful lot of important feedback that came through on the open house and the survey that you had after the fact. But what I'm also concerned about is that this morning we had the OPP and talked about enforcement, and the jurisdiction lines between what you're able to do and what the OPP must do on our behalf. And some of the feedback that I have is that people still I don't think understand what the township and our bylaws can accomplish compared to what the OPP can do. And as we're trying to resolve this problem, I'm concerned if we pass this bylaw, the 25% that are in support of it are also in support of getting rid of the people who are shooting on the Crown land and hoping that our bylaw is going to help with that. And I'm afraid that if we pass this as it is today, we're going to disappoint those 25% of the people because they are going to be, I think, feel misled that we implemented something that's not going to be helpful. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of very worthy, important things that are in that bylaw, but I think the timing right now, just because of what we're dealing with OPP review of these cases, and the MNRF potentially changing the signage and making it a violation to be able to target practice on Crown land. I think we need to let those things progress and see what the result is, and potentially look at other measures, including writing a letter to the federal government. But I think right now the timing is just not there, and I think number two is kind of where my support lies today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cooper.
Oh, see, you have to turn it on apparently. I pushed the button, but that wasn't good enough. Okay. I guess I'd like to make a couple of comments. First is that being on a water access property and most of my time spent in Georgian Bay is out on coastal Georgian Bay, I have to say that I rarely, if ever, hear a gunshot. So I'm not exactly impacted like so many others. But I think it's still a very important thing for us to be considering. So even though I'm not facing this problem immediately in my area, I think it's important to point out some things, including, and by the way, this is not a criticism, it's just an observation. A couple of sort of key things around the survey and our complaint-driven bylaws. So as far as the survey is concerned, I think it's a reasonably good response. Unfortunately, the majority of the respondents are gun owners. So it's sort of not your cause, you didn't cause this, but that's the response group, which skews the result, in my view. And so you could somewhat say, well, those are the people that are impacted. No, everybody that deals with this is impacted. And I think that's important to understand. I think also it's important to understand that bylaws are complaint driven. And a lot of people are very concerned about being found out to complain. And that applies not only to gun ownership and gun issues, but applies to planning, you name it. It's a problem. As far as I'm concerned, the complaint-driven process is something that our council needs to look at. Otherwise, we're going to have very few people willing to raise their hand. So I'm concerned about that. As far as being able to speak on and about this, I think it's important to also point out that all of our councillors here at the table are residents. I'm sure they consider themselves residents of this community, and this is their home. I certainly do, and I think I look around me here and see that amongst so many others. So, you know, whether you spend certain months here and other months across the border or wherever in the world, many of us consider this to be our home. So not just one of us, but all of us at this table. I thought it would be important to make that point. And so those are, you know, just a couple of things that I observations. I'm not sure at the moment where I'm going to land on this one, but I think we have to be more proactive than what we've found so far is that the results have been very limited in terms of complaints and in terms of actual enforcement. So maybe we need to turn up the dial. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you. I was able to turn my mic on myself before you needing it. Thank you for this. Thank you for your report. I just wanted to make a few comments here. Number one, shocked that MNRF seemed surprised that our township would have a focus on safety of our residents and that they would want us to communicate that. That's shocking, beyond belief shocking. I want to reinforce the emphasis that Councillor Cooper made on the complaint-based process. I think we as a township need to figure out a better way to get there because and I was shocked that we had a lady here talk about she made a complaint and then whoever was dealing with it identified her as the complainant. Like this has to, I know in our bylaw that's not how we work, but this has got to stop, and this complaint-based process is a fail before we even start. So I think we need to deal with that. But I wanted to offer, if I could, not being a hunter, I reached out to several residents in the community, and I prepared with their feedback an email that I sent in to Karina. Didn't see it in the material, but I'd like to share some of that information with you. And the first key thing was there are really three elements of what we want to pay attention to here regarding one's property. And one is people want to be able to enjoy their property without the annoying sounds associated with gun ownership. And we heard that extensively in the comments today. We also want to hear and be able to enjoy the properties with the perception of real safety. There's a perception of safety, and then there is real safety. And so, again, not being a gun owner, I said, well, what is perception of safety? And they said, well, you know, if I'm shooting a small firearm like a .22, hopefully that's not going to cause too much, you know, commotion to the people in the neighborhood. But if it's a larger firearm, it's going to have other factors. And so then we kind of fairly quickly get to the point of real safety. And that is where I was told that things like direction and distance of discharge become the critical factors. And we heard today that there were people who had guns pointed at them. Well, the fact that you can see the gun is scary right off the bat. But when I then heard that even a shotgun has about a 300-meter distance of discharge without an obstruction in the way, that whether that's the right number or not, that's a pretty scary number. And then if we went to something larger than a .22, we're dealing with 500 to 1,000-meter distances. And so it causes me great concern that we think that 75 meters is a safe number. It's only safe if you're shooting away from somebody, and hopefully somebody's not in the way. And when I hear that people are afraid to go on MNR Crown land because people have guns, I'm quite sure 75 meters is not a safe number. So I highly applaud the current minimum standards that we are trying to get to, but I think that the real factor of safety is quite different, and we are becoming, certainly Honey Harbor, Ward 4, is becoming a dense neighborhood, not like the areas up in Ward 2. And I think that maybe we need to have different kind of guidelines for some of the different wards. I mean, Ward 1 up in MacTier, it's got a lot of dense areas, but also a lot of open areas. In Ward 3, similar. But I think that if 9119 and or the gun laws back in 91-105 are tough to enforce, then I think we need to keep going down the path and get to something that works for the community and not back off and have a potentially useless bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Jarvis.
Thank you, Councilor Hazelton, for echoing some of my thoughts on this. I really am perplexed. I was thinking initially that as per one of the respondents to the survey, why not leave the bylaw as it is, seemed to be an interesting response. But that doesn't give our bylaw much in the way of teeth to enforce anything. Then we have people, and I'm not a hunter, I'll admit that right off the bat, who want to be able to hunt. And while I don't see a problem with that, as Councillor Hazelton has just said, this area is becoming denser from the standpoint of population. And we can't discount the new resident arrivals in this municipality. That's just the way it is. And I think we've got to come up with something that allows hunters to do what they prefer to do in a safe manner, but at the same time allow property owners that do or don't hunt, depending on how they feel about things, the peace of mind of knowing that their property and the property around them is safe. And I mean, there's this issue of collateral damage when you try and improve a bylaw, the effects it has on people you hadn't anticipated it having effects on is something we've got to consider deeply. So I would prefer that we, I think, delved into this further and with maybe some more public input, came up with something that was more suitable to what our municipality needs.
Thank you. A few questions, if I may. I've heard, or a couple comments and then a question. I've heard that there's only been 4 investigations in the last 10 years with regards to the existing bylaw. But what I also heard, and I think this is extremely important, 20 to 30 calls a year about the bylaw. In other words, people wanting to know what our restrictions are. I think that's extremely important, that we recognize that in some of our bylaws, there's an education component, which is probably more important than the enforcement component. These are the standards. I mean, I'm thinking of night light, for instance. It's not that we expect to have a patrol boat out every night, dare I say it, shooting out that light because it's pointing in the wrong direction, but that it's an education tool, and I think that is very important. I also believe, and Ms. King, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you surveyed a significant number of municipalities in our area, and that most of them have firearm discharge bylaws of one, to some extent, one or another.
Yeah, some do, but there are some that don't have them at all. They are kind of harder to find. A lot of them do. They're simpler than we are, and we've said that many times that our place is unique. So like Bracebridge has one, but it's for in town. You can't shoot in town, and like it's pretty cut and dry. Where like we've said, Honey Harbor looks a lot different than MacTier does. So that's where I've tried to strike that balance. But yeah, they are around for sure, and there are issues with how each of them work, but yeah, the other municipalities around us do have them.
My next question for you is, what authority do you have on Crown land?
I don't have any authority to restrict hunting or target practice or any gun use on Crown land. There are pieces of like when we get into burn bans and things, M&R and BILACOM work hand in hand to like address those things, but when it comes to an activity that is legally permitted, which in these areas that we've seen these issues, they're allowed to target shoot there. So there's nothing I can do because they're a higher government agency to restrict that.
So then my question comes in, I have a building and it's 10 meters away from Crown land. I'm making a scenario up. This is not my own personal circumstance, but so I have a building that's 10 meters away from Crown land because my back of my property borders on Crown land. Mm-hmm. And we have suggested that I think the existing bylaw says we have to be 75 meters away from that building. Yeah. So somebody's 50 meters from that building and shooting, but they are standing on Crown land. Mm-hmm. Can you do anything about it?
The bylaw does, it's within the whole township. So it's a little loaded question. Sorry.
Let's have some fun with the
So yeah, like if, in theory, yes, you could do something, I think, to address that. But it also could be done with the OPP and if there's a safety issue. But I can't, because as long as that use is permitted, which these situations aren't that we are encountering. This is not the situation. Like there are not dwellings near that Tower Road. And I know Mrs. Jones, who was here earlier, I've spoken to her many times, but there's no dwellings there. So there's nothing I can do. So I'm sorry that she may feel that we passed her on, but there's nothing that we have in our playbook that can address that. You know, that's if that's what M&R can, if they can put those Section 28 signs that do restrict, and they're just target shooting. So you're allowed to hunt in those areas where those Section 28s are posted. There's one in Norma Dante that works quite well from I've heard. So I hope that's a solution to help us with these Crown land issues to address that. So that was a long answer to your question. So I hope that answered it.
Yeah, no, well, and you know, I think what's, you know, I fully agree with many of our residents and some of our counselors who suggested that, you know, a lot of what we want done is outside of our range, if you will. And we'll just keep playing with these gun puns. And it doesn't matter how lax or strong a bylaw we put in, it's not going to address some people have been borrowing my Yahoo term, and I'm not sure it was the best term anyway, but it doesn't suggest these folks who are coming in and being irresponsible, because we don't have that authority. We don't issue bulletproof vests to our bylaw officers, let alone weapons. But I also appreciate that having a bylaw in place as an education tool and as guidelines for around where people reside. And I think that's extremely important. I think that the great majority of our residents who are going shooting are not shooting within 75 meters or 150 meters even of where people are living or kids are playing, because they're not stupid. But having said that, I personally favor option one, and the reason I favor option one is multifold. One, you've already mentioned that when we have a 34-year-old bylaw, it could be, we could run into some difficulty if we tried to actually do in one of those 4 cases where we had to do some enforcement. Two, option one is going to come in front of the committee of the whole again before we actually get something to approve or disapprove. Is that a word? Three, I think what you're hearing from a lot of our residents and some of our counselors is we don't want a bylaw that's yay big to become yay big. No, we want it from yay big to yay big with a little more clarification. At least that's where I think we should be going, is updating it, not expanding it to all sorts of additional authorities, but rather just, you know, keeping things in line with the current state. Because I do think it's very important for us to understand whether we claim to be a year-round resident or claim to be a seasonal resident is here most of the year. It doesn't matter. I think we have to recognize the great majority of our residents don't normally shoot and hunt. And that's fine. Because, and I don't want, and I'm saying zero against those who do. I mean, you know, personal story. I've only shot a gun a few times in my life under controlled circumstances. We sold my mother's cottage and I found a hidden gun. I was kind of amused by it because I think it was purchased and hidden and never used. But what did I immediately do? Phone my sister-in-law, who's a responsible gun owner, and say, do something with this, because I don't want something inappropriate around. But I have nothing against people who want to hunt. That's fine. And I know that the great majority are responsible. And I think whatever we come up with, I think we have to make sure that we're not handcuffing in any way those who are responsible and continue to be responsible. But we do have the guidelines in place that say, you know, for anybody coming in and say, you know, what are your restrictions? Well, you can shoot as long as you're a certain distance away from property and things like that. I think that are important as we get more and more people living here. More and more people are out on property that's next to Crown land. And I think knowing what the guidelines are, I think that's worth having a bylaw. And so I'm in favor of option one, but I'm going to go now to round two, and we'll see where we go here. Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, I'm going to be short with this, with a statement. Bylaw needs to stay in its lane. This is not their lane. It's the lane of the OPP, the RCMP, and the MNRF. All three of those agencies carry sidearms. They're prepared for any confrontation with any gun owner whatsoever. To put our bylaw at risk, changing bylaws will have no effect whatsoever because they have no enforcement powers. So I would like to see option number two exercised. It's worked for 30 years plus, and leave the responsibility to the people that are trained. I've heard a lot of comments here about guns and gun owners. Legal gun owners have to go through quite a regiment in order to seek the ability to use a firearm through PAL, firearms acquisition, licensing, everything else. You have no control over that. You have no rules that are based on that. And good, reasonable hunters, which anybody in this township who's hunting, follow the guidelines that are provided to them in order for them to be licensed. So I don't think we're addressing the right issue here. Like I said earlier, I was in favor of a bylaw update that would take away the problem we have on Crown land, not our residents on private lands. So I'm basically going to reiterate, I'm in favor of number two. I think that represents our population properly. And I would ask for a recorded vote on this, Mr. Mayor, when we go for it. Thank you.
Any other comments from any other councillors? So Clerk Way, let's, we have three options in front of us. I think certain councillors will prefer one versus another. Oh, sorry, Councillor Graziano.
That's all good. Thank you, through your worship. Just a couple of thoughts, if I may, for a moment. We heard today that this issue, albeit perceived concerns, based on one of the councillors here from the Bay, and how to address those perceived concerns. We've also heard from a similar councillor who's articulated that very seldomly, if any, he hears gunshots. And I would go so far as to say that it's likely because of the 75-meter rule. Most of the properties perhaps, and I could be wrong because I'm not geographically well-versed in Cog and in Honey Harbor, but most of the properties are going to be not necessarily allow for anything beyond 75 meters to discharge, barring a few islands and larger islands at that. And perhaps because of those islands being so large, there are structures in place that may mitigate that from happening as well. And I ask today that the coastal councillors keep this in mind, as today's decision could very much impact those that do hunt and are compliant with the federal laws, with the provincial laws, and even so much as to say the municipal laws. Again, I reiterate that if it's not broke, don't fix it. I think that we do have 75 meters in place. I don't think we need to go beyond that. Updating it, I'm not sure what updating would really consist of. Perhaps adding a blurb that says that any tickets from within that 75 meters would come under AMPS if that's required. I don't know what that would look like. I'll defer to staff on what updating would mean in order to keep it and preserve it in the same structure as it is, albeit perhaps allowing for the penalties. We heard today from a constituent, she's actually still here in the room, advising that these, by changing the bylaws, it would likely be more applicable to harming residents, local residents, and not those that are coming up and discharging their firearms on Crown land illegally, and or that are outside of our municipality or live and reside outside of our municipality. And I, based on her comments, don't want to be a councillor who votes in favor of burdening our residents with additional potential bylaw issues and infractions. I've already seen the infractions and some of the costs associated with those infractions and how some of our residents can't afford them. And as such, again, I don't want to be a councillor known to have added this additional burden onto residents. And so it's a concern to me. And lastly, I was elected by the people to present their voice here at council. And we saw the data today, and the data biases towards no change. I don't want to diminish the democratic process. It's not my job to convert democracy and everyone having an opportunity to have their say and presenting their thoughts and their comments. There was a public meeting that was called. There was an open forum in which I believe staff had sought to receive comments, and the data speaks for itself. The majority of our constituents do not want change. And as such, as an elected official who was elected by my constituents, I have to hear that loud and clear. And so, again, based on those 3 points, I hope that we can make a decision here today that will reflect what the majority of our township seeks and wants, while at the same time trying to partner with the bodies, the institutions, the levels of government that are there to address these issues, as Councillor Bocek had articulated earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. We talked a little bit about communication. I think communication is critical for people to understand what the requirements or the boundaries are. I think one of the things that is important as we look at potential new bylaws is what is taking place in our township, and where, for example, where is the density increasing? And I think the density is a key factor. And that was highly illustrated to me by a comment that took place at that open forum that Karina sponsored. And a guy stood up and he said, I don't have 3 acres of my property. And I rely on my neighbor to give me, would have to give me permission to be able to hunt on my property. And he said, and my neighbor is selling his property, and probably what's going to happen is he's going to have somebody coming up from the city who isn't a gun lover, and now I'm going to lose my ability to hunt on my property because I don't have 3 acres and I can't get my neighbor to give me permission. And what struck me was that is a reflection of the change of what is going on in our community and the denser nature of our community. And it just occurred to me that that was a reflection, I think, also of the old values that maybe we need to revisit. And I don't know if the policy, the projected or proposed bylaw is perfect, but I think it starts us in a better direction than what we have had to start to respect and reflect the changes in the demographics of our community and the density of our community. And I think that's what ultimately we're trying to get to. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm not a hunter, so I don't profess to try to say, you know, these are my opinions, but the opinions that I've surfaced from several in the community is they didn't understand what constraints were going to be applied by this proposed bylaw. But after a discussion, and understanding where the constraints might kick in, they started to say, oh, well, there really aren't going to be a negative impact on me. And yes, if I have something less than 3 acres, maybe I shouldn't be doing something, but if I get into a larger geography, maybe it's safer. And so what I am being told is that the proposed bylaw as it currently sits isn't really far off the mark from what likely should be there. And it certainly would provide an expectation of more safety. And I've been told in this process that we as a township, actually by a former CAO, we as a township are responsible for the safety of our residents. And so anything that leads us down the path to more safety for our residents, I think is a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll be very brief. I think I've come to the conclusion that, well, if it's not broken, don't fix it is a argument one can make. I do feel that maybe we can tailor a new bylaw that is addressing some issues that are before us today, not that were there 30 and 40 years ago. And so I find that I am in agreement with the mayor on this issue in terms of maybe we need to consider option one as see if we can get the verbiage to the point where we are able to address some of today's concerns as opposed to what we saw many years ago in our current bylaw. So I would support option one. And just because I don't hear a lot of gunshots in my neighborhood doesn't mean that I'm not here to represent all of our constituents right across the township, because I do. That's what my job is here. Thank you.
Councillors Bredko or Jarvis, any entering this round before my comments?
I can just repeat myself.
Okay.
But...
All right. I think we have to make one thing very clear. Short of it, how should I put this? We are not voting for today for a strict or stricter gun law, sorry, firearm discharge law. We're voting today to either update the law, and we don't know where that update's going to land yet because it's going to be edited based on all the input of the last few months, or we're voting to keep the 105 discharge bylaw, the option 2, which basically says status quo, it still exists. I've not heard anyone suggest option 3, which is the get rid of the 91 and have no bylaw. So I think, to me, I'll let Councillor Redco, your hand is up, I think.
Thank you. I did have something else to say now
so
that
go
you're
for it.
going down this road. Going back to my comments about timing and the fact that Mr. Wakefield has made the comment that he would be changing the signs and going towards a Section 28
I don't know if he quite said that.
But he indicated that he would listen to the words of counsel. The other option we have that is not on the table here is to defer this matter until we have a direction from the Ministry of the Natural Resources on what they're doing about signage, because part of resolving the concerns about shooting on Crown land is overlaid in this in such a way that I think it's very difficult to analyze the bylaw amendments with that issue in people's forefront.
I would argue that option 1 in effect is a deferral because we're sending it back to staff to keep working on the bylaw. Anyway, what I'm going to do, Council, and the clerk will quickly elbow me if I'm wrong in this. I'm going to call the vote. Councilor Graziano?
Thank you, Worship. And I just wanted, for a point of clarity, if I may, today's vote if for whatever reason, because there's three options on the table, neither of the three option receives a majority, does that mean it fails? So it fails completely. So there is a majority required for one of the three options in order for it to move forward. Thank you. Whatever instructions, whichever direction it may be.
So this I want to confirm with our clerk. What I was thinking of doing is calling for option 2 and having a recorded vote for Councillor Bochek's request. If that fails, then I was going to call option 1 and see whether that fails or succeeds. Is that the proper format?
Yes, that's correct, because option 2 is keep the bylaw as, so I'm going to say, for example, I'm going to use option 3 as an example just because no one's referenced option 3. So option 3 is that we get rid of the bylaw, right? So if the option is, and that fails, then the bylaw still stands. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, so it kind of depends, but yes, you can do option 2, and if that fails, you can pass a motion for option 1.
I would like to do option 2 as a recorded vote because Councillor Bochek specifically asked for a recorded vote and he was in favor of option 2. So
Follow up, Your Worship, if I may. Yes. May I ask for a recorded vote on option 1 as well, please?
well, we first have to get through option 2.
Of course. Yes. Thank you.
Please consider it noted. So I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council directs staff to pursue option 2. That is the option to status quo, basically, as outlined in Bylaw Enforcement Report 2025-178. So this is in favor of option 2. Councillor Bochek has called for recorded vote. Over to you, Clerk Way.
Let the record show Councillor Bochek requested a recorded vote. Councillor Bochek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No.
No. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote? Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
No.
Let the record show the motion is defeated 3-4.
All right. Moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council directs staff to pursue option 1 as outlined in Bylaw Enforcement Report 2025-178, and Councillor Graziano is called for a recorded vote.
Let the record show that Councillor Graziano has requested a recorded vote. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Bochek, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion's carried 4-3.
So the consequence of this is it's being handed back to the bylaw department, Ms. King, to give us a revised update for committee of the whole consideration before it comes back in front of council sometime in the future. All right, thank you very much. Council, I'm going to call for a break. Let's take a 12-minute break and be back here at 11:45, please. We're going to get this thing moving again. And I think now that we're in staff reports, why don't we just continue down on staff reports for now? And so the next staff report, unless who's presenting that? Is that Ms. Schneier? And she's not here? Well, that might make it that difficult. And the branding exercise is hers as well. All right. Let's go to the calendar for now. And if Ms. Schneier hopefully shows up shortly. So the calendar, 2026 meeting schedule, corporate services, 2025-175, to our clerk, please.
So the procedure bylaw dictates that the meeting calendar be presented to council each year for approval. Obviously, as the year unfolds and new needs appear, it can be amended as we go, but as a whole, we kind of make a plan for the year for council, planning council and committee of the whole. They're listed as council days on the Monday, Tuesday, and then the other committees, Committee of Adjustment, MAC and SCAG, are all listed individually on their meeting dates. The biggest notable change is I did receive some feedback this past year about how there was a week of council, a week off, and then a week of district council from some of the district councilors. Provided some feedback that they prefer those weeks are back to back. So we have tried to accommodate that for most months. Sometimes, depending on how the holidays have fallen, though, if that week has shifted and or conferences for council and staff have also impacted the schedule a little bit. The other notable change, not change, but just difference of this schedule is the election happening. So that's obviously taking place in October of 2026. So the last committee meeting between SCAG, MAC, those community committees, they end in August. It's a lot of work to run an election. I'm sure you can all appreciate that. And so the staff that need to support it need to focus on other initiatives. Plus, there's also lame duck periods that need to be taken into consideration. So the last council and committee of adjustment days are listed in October. Then come November, there's just the inaugural meeting of council. There obviously will be training dates in there, and then the regular meeting schedule for council and committee of adjustment returns in December.
All right, Councillor Predko, you have a change in mind?
Actually, I just wanted to point out an exception on July 17th where you have a council day on the Friday. I don't think it was supposed to be a council day. And I just thought I'd point it out before it was enshrined.
Thank you. No, that's a committee of adjustment day.
Yes, thank you.
It's green for those who can see the color difference. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Perhaps by then we're council's taking over committee of adjustment for a month just to see what it's like. Any other comments on the 2026 meeting schedule proposed? All right, I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council approves the 2026 meeting calendar as presented. All those in favor? All right, that is carried. We don't need a recorded vote because it was unanimous. Sure.
Since we're talking about calendars and we have an issue with a November date for a meeting, and I've tried to bring this forward and we have had no progress on it. We're all here. I think it's a good time to make that decision now.
Look, right.
Sorry. Yes, I'm well aware of the request. There's been lots of moving pieces. I just haven't gotten to sending out the official change yet, but it has been moved to the Wednesday.
Thank you.
Oh. Yeah, the camera should be back on, everyone. Everyone being Councilors Graziano and Hazelton, I think. Refresh MacTier. Ms. Schneier, I believe that is your report, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, members of council. I'm just
presenting this report to you because we are in a situation with the way that Refresh MacTier has evolved. As you recall, we did go to the MAAC. Then we also came to council to get your support for some potential funding applications, as well as the progress made for consultants and where we were at. It wasn't until after we had sent out the survey and 93 respondents had responded to the survey that we find out that the community was, that representatives of the community were concerned about how the process was unfolding. And so we met with Councillor Predko, as this is his jurisdiction, and it was a decision to pause where we were at with Refresh MacTier and bring the story to council for a fulsome review with all of you to be able to garner some support and guidance as to what we should do next. I am not 100% clear where the entire situation went awry, so to speak, but I believe that there is commentary that the stakeholder meeting that was by invitation only appeared to be excluding. However, the intention of the community event where stakeholders were invited was to go over what could potentially have been hundreds of community inputs from a survey that was very well received. The limitations, as we had discussed with MAAC, was the amount of computer software that was available. We felt that the invitation list was fulsome. We had provided invitations to the district, to Mooster Point, to the school, and associated members, but there it ended up putting us in a situation where we are now. So we did receive $39,000 from a federal agency to support this project. We have 2 consultants on standby, and I need council direction as to what to do next with respect to this project. Your Worship, I wonder if Councillor Predko could speak to this as well, as he was certainly involved in the decision making.
Councillor Predko.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Chair. So I think there was 2 trains of thought in the community. One was that I think everybody appreciated the attention that was going on to MacTier and trying to get a project up and running. And I think simultaneously there was also, and again, I guess as Ms. Schneier has said, she doesn't know how or why. But I think the intent of the overall project either was not articulated in a way that the community appreciated the scope that was trying to go into this meeting. And I think that the limited number of people who were invited was viewed as a barrier to input for the entire community. So we had a number of conversations in a few days trying to understand what the concerns were and where they were originating. And I think it really came down to the fact that the community wanted to be able to drive the bus and get this project running with ideas generated from within the community without being prompted, and trying to create their identity based on kind of a grassroots approach. And so I think they took it very seriously upon themselves, knowing that the township had approved funding for facilitating the project the way it was, and they were asking for that to be paused, deferred to the future, so that they could really get their minds around as a community what they wanted to do and how they wanted to approach it. Because the information that they have been receiving from the township is we want to do different things, and I think sometimes the rumor mill gets started and they hear that there's a project for Mrs. C's Park. We had we're replacing the playground equipment, and part of that came to conversations about maybe we should relocate that playground equipment to another location. And so people were confused really about what the manner and the direction that this meeting was going to take place. And they were concerned that it wasn't going to be an open meeting so that everybody could be present and able to hear what was being discussed. So I think that this pause is going to allow the community to have a one-day session for everybody who wants to participate at the arena. And I think part of the report today is looking to waive the fees on using the arena meeting room for the day. I think the community is also looking for staff to meet with some of the community members, with Brian Bochek, Councillor Bochek, and myself, to help organize and figure out how this day is going to unfold. And I believe also Ms. MacDonald was in this morning making her presentation, asking for some allowance for the meeting in terms of funding, and I'm not sure how we would accommodate that today. I've talked to CAO Mariotti in the past about, do we provide funding for community groups to help them facilitate meetings, and the answer has been no, but I suspect that's something that council can discuss a bit further. I think the ask that they're having is for some sort of allowance for daycare for people who want to attend the meeting but have to have their children present, and as well as for some refreshments. With the meeting that was going to be facilitated through the township with the funding, there would have been some refreshments, and I'm not sure if the $20,000 we had available in the MacTier Recreation Master Plan budget, if some money would be available from that to help facilitate that, but I think that's part of the discussion today. But essentially that is the origin of where we came from and where we are going. I think from my conversations with the people in MacTier that are organizing this and people who are in the community, they're all very excited that the township is taking on this project. I think they're really excited about the potential. I think the idea of branding, they keep talking about taking advantage of the rail history that's in the community and building on that and trying to make it more of a destination, is very well received throughout the community, and really they are looking forward to how do we best move forward after this initial launch to achieve what they want to achieve. And I think they're also hoping that for the 2026 fiscal year, they're able to work with the township to reapply for that funding that may be available to help finalize and fully develop the master plan. So it's an initial pause that they had concerns about how we were launching, but I think they are all gung-ho and really very excited about the opportunities for the future.
Thank you, Your Worship. The three resolutions before you, two of them are to defer with the risk of cancellation. This is the first that we've heard of today of the meeting occurring on October 25th from the community. Myself and my colleague are both unavailable on that day to attend, although we would love to be able to work with the community of MacTier. The other concern and constraint is that all of this funding needs to be completed and the project needs to be completed by March 31st, 2026, as indicated when we applied to the agency. So our overarching priority must always be to ensure that our funders have confidence in us and that we are transparent. They have been advised of the situation of where we are at and are awaiting council's determination as to whether or not we cancel the project cancel the funding. when we look at this potential meeting October 25th that staff cannot attend, I don't know when there would be a follow-up meeting. Then we have the holidays, which brings us into the new year. I'm not sure what can be accomplished during that period of time within the scope that we set with this federal agency. And so it might be best, and I'm extremely disappointed that it might be best that we return the funding, let the community of MacTier put together terms of reference as to where they want to go with this, and then reapply to do some work in the 2026 year. In terms of our work plan, we are oversubscribed already, and so it would allow us to be able to move forward with some other projects at the end of 2025. And the same with the consultants, Your Worship. They're literally on standby. We have signed a contract with them. We haven't spent any money and asked for any work, so we are able to get out of that consulting contract without any additional expense if it's the will of council.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Just a couple of comments adding to what Councillor Pretko said. I did attend a meeting in MacTier in late August, early September, where we had lengthy conversations about the wants and needs of the people of MacTier. And Don McDonald, who presented this morning here, reiterated to me that the MCDA, which was a very active committee in MacTier, basically had disbanded over the years because there was no fruits to their labor. She's worked diligently, like she said, going door to door, doing everything she can to get the youth involved, the next generation, and bring people awareness to what's going to be happening in MacTier and the urgency to come up with a master plan. So just to add to what Councillor Pretko said, I would like to see this meeting go forward on the 25th of September, but if that's not possible, hopefully get something booked soon after that so that we can hear this input and we don't risk losing the funding. Thank you.
Thank you. I admit personally to being confused and frustrated. And I'm not trying to throw out blame in any particular direction. Just it seems to be an accumulation of circumstances and different individuals and all that. Is that, you know, the township has expressed an absolute wish, desire, willingness to work with the folks in the MacTier area to work on this project, this refresh project. We definitely have people in MacTier who think that it's time to look at what we can do in the local community. We definitely have what I would call communication breakdowns happening now and then in the last few months. And you know, as I say, I was surprised this morning when I had seen notice being sent out about the 18th. I set aside the 18th in my calendar because I wanted to attend, I wanted to learn. Booked an extended family weekend for the 25th, 26th, and now I have to decide, okay, am I canceling that, or at least my participation in that? And if the track record is anything to go by, this could change again. And this is where I'm a little frustrated. And again, I'm not blaming any individual when I say this, whether it's staff or residents or counselors or what have you. It would be really nice if we could move forward. And I think on the behalf of council, staff, I think there's a real willingness and desire to work with the folks from MacTier. And I'm going to make the, I wish I could remember the word she used, but when Ms. McDonald was in front of us this morning, she said something to the fact that they want to have a community gathering to give, and I wish I remember the word, and maybe the other council remember or staff, she said something, give them an opportunity to complain before we try to move forward. And I'm thinking, no, this should be an opportunity to move forward. Let's list what we need. or what you like, what you think is important, what you think is not quite as important, but let's make it a positive experience. You know, we know that we generated interest from the district and Chair Lehman in particular about trying to do things with MacTier. But again, if we want to do that with them, we have to set up a date with people to meet and say, okay, what should we explore? Which opportunities should we look into? And so I'm not at all sure how this is all going to come now, move together so that we can have a report out by the end of March. That, because if I understand it correctly, we need a report by the end of March in order to qualify for that particular funding.
Yes, Your Worship, that the entire project needs to be complete by March 31st. Your Worship, I don't want to be defensive, but I do want to take exception to the comment about miscommunication. We went through the appropriate channels that were available to us. We went and saw the chair of the MAAC. We reported to that committee. We then came back to council. We reported to council. We did the behind the scenes work with the RFP in advance. I think that the communication breakdown was something that our communications department couldn't necessarily handle because
and I wasn't throwing out accusations at anybody, but that just seems to be where we're at right now, and I would like to see those bridges rebuilt, if I can put it that way, because I'm disappointed if we're going to lose some of this funding, because that leverage would allow us to do that much more. I am very enthused, on the other hand, about the residents now being quite keen to participate in one form or another, because without that, it's all pointless anyway. And so I'm very, that's the good news. And to me, it's very good news, is that we have residents who are now talking about it and wanting to have ideas. I'm going to go to Councillor Jarvis and then Councillor Cooper. And Councillor Pedco, is your hand up? I'll put you in third then.
Thank you, through you, the mayor, notwithstanding the comments you've just made, because I feel the same way. But I always think that it's great that if we have grassroots efforts to do something like this, that's the best way to go with it. My concern, apropos of comments made by Director of Sustainability and comments you've made, is it possible we've got two different groups within that community that are, I'm not going to say there's any infighting, but they may be possibly in conflict, and if so, if there's an issue with who wants to drive the bus up there, then maybe the funding should be put aside for the time being until we can get straightened out as to who's going to be doing this. I guess that's my concern.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be very brief. I'm not that close to this particular situation, but I do read the language that's in this report. And particularly, I see words like grassroots driven, and maybe there's some work that could be done to get participation, more support and participation from that group. Just the language tells me there's something not quite right. So maybe there's a way to, our councillors can take a look at that and do some listening and see if we can get through this, because it is an important project, and it's nice to have the funding, and why would we want to throw that out? It would be a shame. So, but grassroots, I wonder when I read words like that, if the community, for whatever reason, feels that, I think the term was who's driving the bus, maybe they want to drive the bus more than others. So let's find out what is needed to allow them to drive the bus. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pedco.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So just a couple of other points. I mean, I need to take some responsibility for the lack of communication on the 25th. I was on vacation for the last couple of weeks, and this realization of the date problem came up, I think, midweek last week, and I wasn't able to recommunicate that back, but it is something that has just happened in the last few days. And then I really do want to, reiterate that I think the community itself has I think galvanized the approach. I think when this was all presented to them from the township, there were different people individually involved, and I think over the course of August, early September, when we last had our council meeting, that's when the community members started talking together about how they wanted to do it together, and not just as part of the facilitation. So it's really been a very accelerated process for changing lanes, so to speak. So I think there's a little bit of asking for the favor on how to accommodate the community input that's being requested and responding to their sort of their initial facilitation rather than the township facilitation. I think talking to them over the weekend and this morning, they would love to be able to get something in place for the 31st of March, 2026. I believe in the report it says 2025 that the funding would expire, but everybody realizes that's a typo. So if there's a way that they can facilitate this meeting and we can work to meet the 2026 deadline, I think they would appreciate that. But otherwise, I think if that's not reasonable and feasible, I think this work that we're trying to do to lay the groundwork is then the next step for going back for funding if they can't get the funding accomplished for March 31st. But I don't think there's any lack of desire for the same outcome that the township was looking for when they first initiated this project. So I think what we've accomplished is getting complete buy-in from the community now, and whether we have the district involved in the meetings going forward and everybody else, I think we will be in a much better position to have a strong unified voice from the community and not just with the township doing a presentation.
Okay, before I go to you, Councillor Jarvis, I just want to note, we have a motion in front of us with three almost independent items. Item one is that we ask staff to defer funding from the federal agency with the understanding that canceling the application may be required. So in other words, we're going to ask, with that one, we're going to ask that Ms. Schneier explain. I think she's already explained the situation to them, and we won't know probably for another month or two whether or not we're going to even try to reach the March 31st, 2026 deadline. That's number one. Number two is that we defer the contract with Quarry Consulting immediately and possibly cancel it depending, again, we won't know to what degree we want their involvement, because I think until the October 25th meeting happens, who knows what action plans or directions come out of that. I have no idea. And the third one is that we direct staff to waive all rental fees related to the community organized meetings for the betterment of MacTier for the remainder of this year. So there's three separate components. So if you have any issues with any particular component, I mean, I'm going to start another round here, but I want it to be directed towards this motion if you're in favor or not in favor of this motion or want it changed. Councillor Jarvis, and you're going to let you initiate the next round.
Well, thank you. To the mayor, I have a question for I think fellow Councillor Predko, and my concern is, and I want to be sure that we have sort of a full buy-in from the community as a whole, as opposed to having two different groups within that community that seem to be, in my mind, seem to be in conflict as to who is going to be in charge of doing this. And I wonder if we have any answers there.
Sure. So I can very confidently tell you there's only one group. I think there is a common voice being used. The people who are on the arena committee that was initially invited to participate and provide names and people that want to participate is on board with this approach. I think part of what had occurred was there is a number of new community members who have joined MacTier, particularly business owners and other residents, full-time residents, that aren't really very well established in terms of the communication network. And getting their input, I mean, especially people who have invested in business in MacTier, being able to provide some of their input into how they would like to see MacTier develop, which would also in turn help develop their business. They felt that was a very important voice. And that's really much of where this alternative approach to getting to the same objective came about.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I think part of the decision to move this date was, as you articulated, that the district should be involved in any talks and communications moving forward. And this group considered me to be the voice going to district. However, I was going to be away on vacation on the original date, and I was returning on the 22nd. So I think part of the reason would be they wanted me actively involved in the meeting, being that I am their district representative. And that probably led to some of the decision making that happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I'm going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council directs staff to request to defer funding from the federal agency that supported the township in their app. Councillor Graziano.
Sorry, Worship, you could have read it, but requesting a registered vote. Thanks.
Be it resolved, the council directs staff to request a deferred funding from the federal agency that supported the township in their application to create a plan for a refresh MacTier, with the understanding that the canceling of the application may be required. And the council directs staff to defer the contract with Quarry Consulting immediately and possibly cancel without any financial implications. And the council directs staff to waive all rental fees related to the community organized meetings for the betterment of MacTier for the remainder of 2025 for the upstairs community meeting room. Recorded vote has been requested by Councillor Graziano.
Let the record show Councillor Graziano's requested a recorded vote. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bochek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion's carried 6-1.
All right, thank you very much. Branding exercise.
I have to go off memory. So this, we have been approved for some funding from the Explorer's Edge, also sometimes known as the Canadian Wilderness, but ultimately it's RTO 12. We originally were going to fund this partnership when we applied for it with the municipal accommodation tax, which as we know has been waived. So I need to come to council to ask for some financial support to complete our branding exercise that was scheduled for 2026. And branding, you will see, includes the new signage that when you get off the highway has been worn, it's faded, it needs to be replaced, as well as some new amenities need to be updated. For example, the pickleball courts, that kind of content, as well as playgrounds in MacTier. So we can accomplish the branding exercise in-house. We can present it to council, but in order to complete it, I do need to get support from the Capital Working Reserve. And that was outside of the budget, as again, I mentioned that we were going to use municipal accommodation tax for that. So I do have $12,000 in order to support that. It does work out very well. We have a very strong relationship with Explorers Edge, as they did this project with us in 2014. And so, rightly so, 12 years later, it's time to renew and refresh and complete branding. You can certainly see them all throughout the municipality, and as well as community signage that goes in front of the various municipal spaces. What we will be doing is using the existing infrastructure and just replacing the face, which will significantly cut down on costs as well.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Bocek, is that an old hand or a new hand? Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Just wondering, is the funding that's offered here hinged on the fact that we will provide the additional funds to carry forward these projects?
Microphone light isn't on anyway. There we go.
I apologize. Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Bocek. When we applied to this, we had intended to use $20,000 from the municipal accommodation tax. And to answer your question, we have to come in with a portion of funding, and this application is dependent on us providing $20,000.
Councillor Cooper.
This is a new hand, but an old hand, an old new hand. Yeah, I just, sort of the same question as Councillor Bocek. I'm just trying to understand, is this matching or not?
Through Your Worship, it was intended to be matching, but the project on the Explorers Ed side was hugely oversubscribed. So they initially came back to us with $6,000 to $8,000, and we pushed back and said that our council would never go for that. So they raised it up to $12,000 of support for us, but we did initially ask for 20, and we're provided with 12. So matching. But now we don't have matching, but we still have to provide our 20,000 for the total project cost.
I'm still not getting it. I'm sorry. I guess I'm really thick, but is Explorers Edge saying they won't give us anything if we don't put in $20,000?
Yes, that's correct. Through you, Your Worship.
So it can't be matching. It's not even 12,000. It's 20,000.
It's $20,000 because that was the total project cost that we, through Your Worship, I apologize to Councillor Cooper. That was the original project cost. We have come back to the table and said we will do the branding in-house, which will reduce our portion of the expenses. And so originally it was going to be $40,000. Now it's $32,000 because we can do our portion in-house. However, the commitment to Explorers Edge was still $20,000 and must remain so.
So it's either 32,000 or nothing.
That's correct, through Your Worship.
Okay, so I just wanted to be sure. So what's this business about in-house then? So it's 32,000 plus in-house work, is that correct?
Through Your Worship, we were originally going to have a consultant assist us with the branding portion, and we feel confident that we can do that in-house now. And so we are trying to make this project go without having the additional expense of a consultant.
And excuse me for adding questions here, Mayor, but I'm just trying to understand what are we getting for $32,000? A lot of money, and 20,000 is coming. I don't think we're sitting. Is this a cash reserve, or is it just a reserve? Could I ask on the finance side? I understand there's two types of reserves. There's cash-backed reserves and just reserves.
Through you, Mayor MacTier, to Councillor. We have two types of reserves, a reserve fund or a reserve. This is a working capital reserve, so it is under council's direction in terms of how you would like to spend it.
But, sorry, did you say this is a cash reserve, a fund, in other words, as opposed to a non-fund? A magical number that sometimes I see in reserves that's really not there?
There are two types of reserves.
Yeah.
The reserves that are specifically for a project.
Yeah.
And reserves that are general reserves that have not yet been assigned. And this is a not yet assigned reserve.
But
Apart from
but aren't there certain reserves, Councillor Edwards was always going on about reserves that have actual funds backing them up and just, and a reserve that's a number that really doesn't have any cash to back it up.
Through you, MacTier, to Councillor Cooper, all of our reserves have cash funds backing them. We wouldn't have reserves otherwise.
Okay, so it's all back with cash we're sitting on. Oh, okay, I just want to know. And anyway, it seems like quite a bit of money. Thank you.
Your worship,
Yes.
I, without any type of fear mongering or anything, if we do not move forward with this funding, I could apply for funding in future years. This is true with this particular project, but I would be coming to council for the full amount, which at this point is 32,000. So essentially this option would provide you with a $12,000 savings of what needs to happen anyways, because the signs are dilapidated.
Please.
So would there be any reason that we couldn't go back to Explorer's Edge and say there's an appetite to support, but only a matching grant? In other words, 12,000. What would that do to us?
Through your worship, I think I'm legally required not to accept the answer no. So I have tried that approach and got us up to $12,000. So we are not going to get $20,000 from Explorer's Edge because the entire fund is oversubscribed, but we did get an additional $4,000 out of them because of our plight to satisfy the will of council.
She did her sales pitch and got more money.
I tried. It didn't work.
You went from 8,000 to 12,000? Is that what you're saying?
Through your worship, I went from 6 to 8 to 12, which was what we were initially presented with, and we argued to the bone that we needed, that we needed at least 12,000, and we got that. We tried for 20. We were getting nowhere, so we came back to 12,000 and decided to do the branding in-house.
And my question was, if we came back to them and said, well, that's lovely, we've got your 12,000 here, and the council has agreed to an additional 12,000 to match yours, what are they going to say?
They're going to, through your worship, they're going to say no. They're going to give the money to another project in Muskoka.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council directs staff to assign $20,000 from the working capital reserve to support the development and deployment of updated branding within the township of Georgian Bay. Councillor Cooper has asked for a recorded vote.
Let the record show Councillor Cooper has requested a recorded vote. Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion's carried 5-2.
All right, thank you very much. I think it's time for a lunch break. And the question is 30 minutes or 45 minutes? Okay. I balancing everything that I'm hearing, let's reconvene at 1:15. That's 45 minutes from now. 1:15. Thank you. sourcing drainage engineer, and CEO Mariotti. I don't think we've heard too much from you so far today. This is your opportunity.
That's a result for me. That's good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So yes, this report recommends that Council approve the sole sourcing of DM Wills and Associates Limited to prepare a preliminary drainage report for 2 petitions submitted under the Drainage Act. These petitions come from the owners of 802 and 808 Hasketts Drive and 862 Hasketts Drive. So as you know, the engineers or DM Wills has already been involved with this file and has built a strong rapport with the community, which makes them a suitable choice for this work. The petitioners have agreed to use this firm, and sole sourcing will help streamline the process and avoid duplication of effort. The engineer will be tasked with preparing one combined report that covers both petitions and will include a sketched plan of the proposed drainage works, a cost estimate, an environmental appraisal, and a statement outlining the benefits and the costs. Council is also being asked to formally appoint the engineer by bylaw that you have in front of you, and will also authorize access to private lands for the purpose of completing the report. The estimated cost for the preliminary report is $34,100, and this amount will be shared between the township and the petitioners, with any applicable provincial grants reducing the final cost. And 2 options have been put forward to Council for consideration, but obviously the recommended option is to sole source the DM Wills for efficiency and continuity.
All right, thank you very much. So sole source or go out and find other people. Council, over to you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, and my concern is not with sole sourcing, it's with where the funds will end up coming from in the end. We're talking about a bill at the moment of around just over $34,000 for the estimated cost carry at the preliminary report, and that's to be shared by the petitioners and ourselves. Is there any guarantee that the petitioners will pay their portion of that amount?
Through you, Mayor Curtis. So if I understand correctly, in theory, whoever petitions for the for this process is actually on the hook for paying the process. So what we have done as a gesture of goodwill is we've said, should you pull out of the process, we will be part of that work.
So excuse me, Mayor, sorry. So we could be on the hook for some up to $34,000?
No, it would be a third of that at most, and if we receive some funding from OMAFRA, then it would be even less than that.
Thank
and
you.
The funding from OMAFRA, I forget if it's $5,000 or $10,000, something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, to our CAO. In the report, it said that this was working with the 2 parties involved. Of course, we know there was more parties than that involved, and I'm just wondering if there was any comments from anyone else on Hasketts Drive for this.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Kutsia. So the whole all the stakeholders involved are aware of the situation. At the end of the day, it's a process that whoever wants to petition for the work, it's totally within their rights to do that. Now, having said that, this process has been open and inclusive with everyone along the road, and so my understanding is that the engineer would still have an open ear to any other comments that the rest of the homeowners have to make, and I know they have made comments. So, which is another reason really to continue using DM Wills, because the people on that road feel comfortable enough to share their thoughts and experiences with the engineer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pedko.
Thank you. And just very briefly, the report doesn't note where the funds are coming from, whether it's a general working reserve or if it's a specific capital reserve. Could you just confirm? through the mayor to our Director of Treasury.
Through you, Mayor Coetsier, to Councillor Pretko. I do believe $25,000 was outlined in the 2025 capital budget, and then a report did come back from council, and I do believe it was outlined as part of a reserve.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any more comments. To me, this seems to be the logical step based on the reports we received however long ago it was, a month or two ago, and might have been more. My sense of time gets a little distorted. And so I think to me, it makes sense to go forward and hopefully get this whole issue resolved. It's been outstanding for a fair number of years. I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the council approve the sole sourcing of DM Wills and Associates Limited, the engineer, to respond to the two separate petitions for drainage under the Drainage Act submitted by the owners of 802 and 808 Haskets Drive and the owners of 862 Haskets Drive, and the council formally appoints the engineer tasked with preparing such a report, allowing them to enter onto whatever private land is necessary for the engineer to develop a recommended solution. And the council directs the engineer to develop one report for the two petitions, and the council directs the engineer to prepare a preliminary report containing a sketched plan of the drainage works and an estimate of the cost thereof, insofar as it is practicable to do so, and which shall include the environmental appraisal, if any, and the benefit cost statement, if any, and that the engineer shall forthwith prepare and file such a preliminary report with the council for the township of Georgian Bay. All those in favor? I have 6 in favor. That is carried. Councillor employment practices. Okay, and that is, hang on here, my page numbers got all messed up. That is CEO Mariotti, please.
Thank you. And again, Mayor Coetsier and Council, good afternoon. So this report addresses council employment practices and recommends maintaining the current approach while developing a guidebook on members' records and privacy in collaboration with the Integrity Commissioner. So at Council's request, it's receiving a memo from Rick O'Connor, which outlines legal and governance concerns. The report reaffirms that councillors act collectively and do not have authority to direct staff individually, and operational control remains centralized under the CAO model. Councillor assistants, if used, must be formal township employees under existing HR policies, and volunteers, spouses, or informal support persons acting on behalf of councillors pose risks under the MCIA and the Township's Code of Conduct. The use of personal email accounts for council business raises privacy and disclosure risks under MFIPA, and to mitigate this, the report recommends using township-issued IT systems and proposes a guidebook with the assistance of our Integrity Commissioner to clarify best practices. And lastly, the financial implications are unknown at this stage, with an invoice for the external advice still pending. However, as Council is aware, this advice is not inconsistent with the advice already provided to Council by staff.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I'm just wondering about the time of this and how appropriate it is due to the fact that perhaps any decisions we're making today and in the near future would affect the next term of council. And perhaps nobody sitting at this table will even be here for the next term of council. So I'm not sure the timing of this is right, because we would be making decisions for future councils, I guess, is what concerns me. That's all I have to say for now.
Wouldn't that be true of almost every decision we make? And then the council, the future councils can always make different decisions.
I think this being a policy change, because we have an existing policy in place, and we'd be going against the advice. The way I read it is, if we make a change to the policy now, it would be a policy that stayed in place for the next term of council as well.
Well, what I'm reading this motion is, one, we're affirming the status quo with our approach, and two, we're suggesting that a guidebook, not a policy, but a guidebook be created.
Yeah, I'll accept that. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just offer up some observations and maybe some more research could be conducted on some of these suggestions, shall we say. For example, I know in the first term of council that I was here, Councillor Edwards and I went to MFIPA because a developer was trying to dig into our personal email accounts. And it was for discovery, etc. And we went to MFIPA. We got a letter back from MFIPA, should be on record somewhere, that said you do not have to share your personal email with either the council, or sorry, with the township, or a developer that's doing some digging when it's really correspondence between you and your constituents. So it's none of their business. And that was the finding from MFIPA. So this is, I think, needs to be understood. I think the other thing that persons acting, the word acting in the fourth bullet is one that I am not sure about, because I'm not so much sure about it. I think it's a terminology when it really, in the case of people that advise me and do research for me, they're not acting on my behalf. They're not coming to council and saying, I'm Peter Cooper. They're doing work for me. And if I want to get research from anybody under the sun, I have the right to do so. So I think we need to bring some clarity to the suggestion that these people are acting on behalf of councillors. I don't think that's what I deal with anyway. And we, by the way, consult with all sorts of people, and I'm not going to shut them down. So I just think it's, we need to be careful what we say here. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I would just suggest that the word acting is very different than the word advising, in my opinion.
Or doing research.
Well, but for the purpose of advising, I believe. Yeah. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship. And I would agree with Councillor Cooper's comments. Not very much more to add there. I think the devil's in the details here with respect to the terminologies used, such as acting versus administrative support. I think they're fundamentally different. And acting would, as Councillor Cooper, at least in my definition, constitute someone there physically on behalf of another person, acting on their behalf, where perhaps an administrative assistant is simply just calendaring and scheduling and sending an email saying here's availability, or here's a document that has been requested. So to Councillor Cooper's point, I think that some more understanding and research specifically on the differences will definitely help provide clarity to this to this council today. And if we don't have it, absent of that today, then of course we can endeavor to engage our lawyers as well as other consultants that we work with to confirm whether there's a difference in the eyes of a municipality. I do know for the most part that single tier municipalities do offer councillors assistants that are not staff members. And my understanding is that's because there is a separation where a councillor cannot give instructions to a staff member. And so if they were their assistant, that would be direction to that staff member. And there could be issues there. And so as a result of that, I believe there's a staff, there's a budget, but that staff is hired by the councillor directly and not by the municipal, at least from my discussions with a single tier counselor, that's how it's structured. I have a question to staff with regards to the comments made with regards to our report. I was under the understanding of that, and what I just heard was HR policies require the assistants who are acting on our behalf to be employees. And just for my own knowledge, and forgive me because I'm not a master of our policies specifically, I haven't referenced the HR policy to date. What section under the HR policy articulates this and or emphasizes that they have to be an employee, just for my own knowledge, so I can perhaps review it in its entirety and better understand?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I would maybe suggest that, first of all, actually, let me just clarify the word acting. And so my apologies to council if that word was confusing. Having said that, the word is just in a cover, just a basic cover report. And so maybe Mr. Rick O'Connor has more clearly defined the terminology around spouses and support persons. But going back to Mr. Rick O'Connor's memo, what he's saying is that any such assistant who works for a councillor would become an employee of that particular township. And he's referenced the city of Ottawa. He's referenced I forget which other municipality he's referenced. Toronto. So that is, we don't have that kind of a policy because we are of a size that does not typically have councillor assistance for councillors. So if that were to be the case, and it's in Mr. O'Connor's memo, should that be the case that council wants to start employing assistants for councillor duties, then we would have to start developing a raft of hiring policies, etc., for councillor assistants.
Follow up, and thank you through your worship. So I'm a little bit confused, and perhaps staff can provide some clarity as to why this confusion is here. My understanding is that we are not employees of this municipality. Rather, we are everyday constituents with additional policy-making capabilities, somewhat loosely aligned to that of a board, but we're not employees. And as such, anyone who supports us would not be an employee, because right now I have employees, and because I'm a municipal councillor, that would mean that all my employees are now officially employees of this municipality. And so there's some confusion there. But with regards to the communication guidelines that we have, because it's not officially a policy, rather it's a guideline, my understanding is that staff can interact with constituents and can send and receive emails, can respond to emails, to constituent inquiries. So if I'm not an employee, and if my assistant, hypothetically speaking, is not an employee, rather that person is deemed to be an everyday constituent, why would a municipal employee, specifically here at Georgian Bay Township, not be able to then correspond to that person in the same capacity that they would any other ratepayer? If a ratepayer reached out and said, attention staff member A, I would like to schedule a meeting with you on such and such date and time, are you available? That staff member would respond, hi, Mr. A, yes I am, or no I'm not. Where's the difference? I'm somewhat perplexed as to why they need to be assigned a title if they're just simply helping to facilitate a counselor's calendar or provide documents that have been requested by the municipality that aren't confidential in nature, because of course we have an oath not to disclose any confidential information. And so I'm a little perplexed as to why the municipality can send documents to a ratepayer, but they can't receive documents from a ratepayer that is, or happens to have any dealings with a councillor, but in the context of an assistant. Because if they have dealings with a councillor in the context of a ratepayer councillor relationship, that's okay. It's perplexing to me, and I'm just a little confused. Perhaps some clarity? Thank you.
CEO Mariota.
Mayor Curtis, I really don't have much more to add because I'm kind of confused about the confusion. Mr. O'Connor is, wrote a fairly lengthy memo in fair amount of detail. So what I would appreciate is that if there's any confusion still out there related to Mr. O'Connor's advice, then please forward that to me, and I can forward that on to Mr. O'Connor maybe for clarification.
Yeah, and I think, frankly, it all depends on the nature of the communication. Because if Councillor X or Resident Y asks for a copy of the road plowing policy, I believe that's a public document, and therefore either could get it. But if Resident X says, I want you to make an appointment with Councillor Y and staff Z, well, they can make a request, but they can't, they don't have the authority to speak on either staff or the councillor's hand. And so I think that, that's, to me, if the resident is asking for information that is publicly available, whether they're an assistant or they're entirely independent, I don't think really matters, but that's for publicly available records. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. So I have some comments before I make the comments. So I wanted to address the resolution that is in front of us, and I want to highlight that in the second paragraph it says that council that it accepts the conclusions of this staff report, and I think that needs to come out of there. I feel that there is a lot of material in here in the staff report that I strongly am opposed to in the conclusions. So I wouldn't want to see that this resolution passed with that clause in it. But what I wanted to do is just highlight a couple of things here. And although I don't have a personal assistant, I sometimes think I would like one. And the reason why I say that is because when Councillor Cooper sold me this job, he said it was 2 days a month. And I've discovered I discovered it's not 2 days a month. And so that's a bit of an issue. But then as I move forward, I have also realized that the report size that we signed up for was not the several hundred pages of reports every month. And so what we find here is this has gone from what might have been 2 days a month with a little bit of social reading to it's pretty much a full-time job. And so is there a need for an assistant? Probably not a paid assistant, but when it comes to assistant, you've already heard from two other councillors that assistants are mainly involved in communications, sorting out communications, helping with communications, and helping with calendaring. And I cannot see in a million years how that is a conflict in any way, shape, or form, especially if the councillor informs staff that this person is going to be acting on my behalf to help me with my communication and calendaring. So I think that if we were to go back and ask Rick O'Connor explicitly framing the conversation about what we're talking about here, I think we'd get a different answer, a different comment back from Rick. My opinion, anyways. So then we get into the concept of records, and what we all learned, and I'm going to try to say things without sharing things we learned in closed session. But we recently have learned that there is a difference between MFIPA as it applies to the township and the courts when they ask for information. And apparently, I'm being led to believe that when the courts tell you you have to provide all your emails on a legal matter, that they may have the ability to go into that increased depth and inspect your personal emails. But that appears to not be the case when it comes to MFIPA, as demonstrated by Councillor Cooper's comments earlier. So I think we're dealing with two different things. And I think we have to be clear about the differentiation that we're talking about here. And one of the things that, you know, I've said many times when it comes to staff suggesting that councils should have township devices, 99% of my job is available to any resident in the township. And the only part of my job that requires any special access to anything is closed session. And in fairness, that information can be provided when I come in here. So there is no need for me to have a township laptop. There is no need for me to have a township cell phone. There is none of that. Like, we don't have any special privileges. We keep being told this over and over. You're just a councillor. You're no better than different than any resident in the township. Well, then why do we jump to the conclusion that we need to have township issued technology to support our jobs? So that discussion has never ever matured to a point of conclusion yet. We keep battering it around, but we don't make any progress on it. So anyways, I have issues with other things, but I'll stop there and say that what's absolutely critical in my mind is that this clause at the beginning of the resolution that says we accept the conclusions of the staff report, that has to come out of the resolution. Thank you.
Councillor Predko, I'm going to take you ahead of Councillor Bocek because he's already spoken.
Thank you. And yeah, he'll just repeat what I'm going to say anyway. So the piece that I was wanted to talk about and just raise for discussion was around page 15 of his report when he's talking about records and FIPA and the IPC's interpretation of what is a record and what's not a record. And that is, you know, whether conversations with residents or constituents is separate from official municipal business. And I think this is worthy of us trying to define clearly if we're having a handbook going forward, because I know that I try to separate my emails. I have an email address that I use primarily for communicating with residents about local issues that are not official business, but I do try to keep all the stuff that I deal with staff and anybody in an official capacity with my township email address. So, you know, part of Rick's report says that the IPC implies that that's a practice that can be done, but then he also goes on to say that at the St. Elizabeth Home Society, they argued the opposite, that everything had to be surrendered for review. At any rate, that's the one issue right now that I just wanted to make sure we clarify, especially if we have a handbook and we can get clear guidance on how we're moving forward on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, just for clarification, I came into this meeting trying to seek information to make a sensible decision on this. And please indulge me that the first question I asked was not from me, it's from a constituent of mine, and he appreciated the answer. He's offered us a second question, and I'll just read directly from him. Could the assistant be held accountable to the integrity commissioner for their actions, or would the councillor be held accountable for their actions of their assistant? And I guess I would pose that to our CAO. Please.
Okay, Mayor Coutu, that's an interesting one. I'm looking at Miss Way. I mean, in theory, you know, councillor can have various assistants in inverted commas, right? You can have someone to help you do research, as Councillor Cooper says. You can have someone, you know, if you have a busy schedule, someone can help with your schedule. But that is totally separate. That has got nothing to do with the business of the township. If a councillor decides to go ahead and privately arrange their activities on their own accord, that's up to them. So I'm not sure how. Now, if the assistant started to meddle, let's say, in township business, but still the code of conduct would not apply to the assistant. It may apply to the councillor because the councillor has employed or has asked the assistant to get involved on township business. And I'm looking at Ms. Way. Is that correct?
That's correct. The code of conduct would only apply to the member of council as the elected official per the municipal act and the MCIA.
Further to that, I'm just on my own now without asking on his behalf, is, as you said, if there was meddling with staff that was inappropriate, and it was deemed to be inappropriate, then this assistant not being sworn in or being a part of council, would the councillor be held accountable for those actions?
So let me take this a step back, because as council knows, there's been communication from staff to say that staff will not deal with township business with anyone other than a member of council. So we would not even be in that position of someone outside of a councillor, you know, someone who outside the township who has a relationship with the councillor, to be in that position that we would, you know, someone could say that there's a code complaint, because we will only deal with members of council.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano. Thank you, Your Worship. There's a lot to digest in 118 pages of report. As Councillor Hazelton advised, it's no longer a 2-day-a-month part-time position. Rather, you're reading quite a bit. And I actually, interestingly enough, as Councillor Bocek had inquired on the questions that he'd posed to council and to staff here, I had a conversation with our Integrity Commissioner. I would recommend that perhaps if we haven't already, we pose these questions back to that Integrity Commissioner, maybe collectively, so everyone receives her response. But according to our Integrity Commissioner, based on the way that I received the message, and I may have misunderstood based on multitasking, so again, this should be verified, but based on my understanding, the assistant can be sworn in similar to that of a committee of adjustment member who is not a councillor. So they are also bound by the code, and they would have to go through, or an assistant would have to go through the same process. I believe that assistant then would also have and potentially could bring the councillor in based on poor behavior towards staff. But I think that comment, albeit a fair comment, is straying away from what the intent really is, in that the intent here is not to have a assistant direct staff or you know, meddle, as I think the term was used in municipal business, rather just to facilitate administrative stuff. Again, we have documents as councillors that are asked for us to fill, i.e. a conflict of interest document that we receive anytime we declare. And for the most part, most of us can do that. Sometimes it's more expeditious to have to delegate for others. It just depends on you know, the councillor and their lives and where they are in their lives. There are opportunities where a councillor may be rendered out of pocket somewhere in the middle of Georgian Bay.
and an inquiry were to arise, and that assistant could essentially respond in a quicker fashion. It just really depends on circumstance. But it's not, from my understanding, the way that I would see an assistant in this context would be more so supporting the counselor as a volunteer, and perhaps, being confirmed under our code of conduct by way of the same process that any committee member or any non-counselor committee member undergoes as well. So I would say that I think at this point, as per Councillor Hazelton's recommendation, we remove the comment that's outlined in our in today's report, and we endeavor to deep dive further and inquire with our integrity commissioner as to whether these assistants can be governed under the jurisdiction of our code, and if so, what would that look like? Because again, I'd be curious to confirm what she had told me based on my conversation with her. So, Mariotti.
Yeah, thank you, MacTier. So I did reach out to the Integrity Commissioner. I forwarded the cow resolution that was passed. I also forwarded the memo that I had drafted to Council. And the feedback from our Integrity Commissioner was, and I also made her aware that Council asked me to reach out to Rick O'Connor. And so the IC said that Rick O'Connor is best positioned to deal with that cow resolution. She did forward to me, which Council has a link to, the Region of Waterloo's CAO report back in 2023. That's titled Supports for Regional Council, which Rick O'Connor also reviewed. So yeah, that connection has already been made. And sorry, Mayor, because just to add to Councillor Hazelton's point that if the question were posed differently to Rick O'Connor, we get a different answer. So again, I forwarded the cow resolution to Rick O'Connor. I forwarded my memo. Rick O'Connor asked for the various documents that Council sees in front of them, and I also, in my communication to Rick O'Connor, I did paraphrase what Councillor Cooper asked me to let Rick O'Connor know, which was show me where in the Municipal Act it says that you can't hire a personal assistant.
Better get my microphone. I apologize. I appreciate that the council did ask our CEO to reach out to Rick O'Connor to comment on the personal assistant situation. And Mr. O'Connor gave us a fairly thorough response, which I appreciate, read through and mostly followed. And I think to me it was fairly clear. I understand that some council members may not fully agree with his conclusions or wonder about other things, but I also wonder how much are we going to keep on working on this? We've gone through a number of cycles of talking about it. And where we ended up the last time we talked about it is please reach out to Mr. O'Connor, and that has happened. The Integrity Commissioner has also been reached out to. I accept that Councillor Hazelton is not keen on the middle paragraph that we accept the conclusions of the staff report. But I also wonder to what degree, are we going to continue discussing this at length when, MFIPA may or may not apply to your personal emails, but we know the courts may override MFIPA if they feel it's appropriate under certain circumstances. I mean, I just feel like we're spending a heck of a lot of time on this. I think all of us have, whether they be partners or friends or employees in our other lines of work or what have you, that will assist us. But I think we as an individual are responsible. We're the one who signed the oath of office, we're the one who we, each of us individually, are responsible for our actions, and indirectly then responsible for the actions of everyone else. I also think the word acting is extremely important, because, you know, if an assistant, or, and I'm using that word broadly because it could be a spouse, it could be a friend. If somebody's reaching out and asking for a public information that could be provided by the township, no issue, because the public can do that. But if that individual is going to, well, let's imagine a situation. They're going to some meeting somewhere and they're speaking for the councillor. Well, I'm not sure that's what we are hired to do, is to delegate our responsibilities to other people to speak on behalf of that councillor. And, you know, and that councillor, each of us individually, without the approval of council, aren't to speak about on behalf of the township as a whole. And so anyway, I could tie myself up in knots here, but I just think that staff did what they were asked to do. They got a report from Rick O'Connor. Rick O'Connor has said in his mind that unless the assistant is an employee of the township, that assistant should not be given confidential information, should not be, and you know, and I think, again, I just think we're taking this too far. I like the suggestion that with the assistance of the Integrity Commissioner, that and I think somewhere in the report I saw brief, a member records and privacy guidebook be created to assist us and future councillors, as you know, Councillor Bochek was making reference to in the future. One of your first remarks is that assist us in knowing what the precedence is as to what is private and what is public record. Yeah, those are my comments. I see lots of hands up, so let's do another round, and we're going to start with Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. I was quite accepting of this report and still am. I don't see any issues with it whatsoever. I know that in very large municipalities where a councillor will represent several 100,000 constituents, having staff is just part of the process. We don't represent that number of people. We knew coming into this job it was us doing the work. I am very sympathetic, though, to those that are continuing to hold down full-time employment of one sort or another. Well, some of us are officially retired before taking this job on. So that there is that issue that has to be dealt with, and that's a tricky one. I don't have answers for that, but I still feel the report is comprehensive and it's in the way it was put out. Rev. Connor's come back with the answers to the questions that were put to him, and I'm happy with what's before us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gratiano.
Thank you, Your Worship. Being the sole councillor on this on council this term that is employed, I do have to say that you know, I subscribed and came forward and put my name in the hat, knowing what the responsibilities were, and I take full responsibility on executing on my role as a councillor. With that said, you know, we've constantly looked at future recruitment for this particular type of position. We've constantly considered what the future would look like, and what representation within our communities would look like. And I think personally, from my experience, those that are of my age cohort would likely, you know, and I guess I benefit from the flexibility of the fact that I own the company, and so I can opt out of my role anytime and take a couple of days off and then return back. Whereas perhaps a family member or someone who has a family that works for, you know, a company may find it that much more challenging. I think we need to consider evolving. You know, we need to look at ways of offering our constituents that much better of an end result. I'm always looking at trying to make things better. And, you know, when I look at my wife and the amount of time she's invested in supporting this community, when I look at, you know, my assistant who is time and time again done many things to help facilitate extracurriculars, if I can call them that. You know, these all pay dividends to our community members. And at no time did they ever, or did either one of those direct staff, but had sought to perhaps complement staff, offer maybe an extension in what the community required at the time, such as garbage issues, amongst other things. And so we should really, rather than approaching this as a no, historically, this is how it's always been operated, we should kind of try to find ways to say, how can we make things better? And I think that this is one little way. Suffice it that it doesn't impede staff, it doesn't impact staff, there's no direction. We should seek ways to allow for this. I personally, to conclude, would love to see council come together and fire off a couple of questions that we would like to direct at our Integrity Commissioner, as well as Rick O'Connor. I know that in the last COW session, staff had taken that information and presented it to Rick, but I don't think we were afforded the opportunity to really develop any questions that we had specific to what we would like to better understand. And this could be the result of why there's still some confusion here today. I understand there's some confusion to the confusion, but I think having an opportunity to directly submit my questions to Rick and or to our Integrity Commission and have them respond to those questions might help me better understand, or at least feel that my questions were directed and responded to accordingly. So what I'd like to see today, if possible, is that we perhaps remove that one section, as Councillor Hazelton had requested, and have a window of opportunity to submit some questions that we would like to have responded to by either one of those two, and we can identify which one we'd like to ask and who. So my thoughts, this way we can collectively as a council have our questions addressed and better understand what that possibility could look like, after which we may decide to bring it back. We may just quash the conversation altogether. So my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Well, thank you, Mayor. At the risk of sounding like I'm getting into the weeds, I think it's important to do what's being suggested here, by the way, which is to have council sit in on a dialogue with the Integrity Commissioner and Rick O'Connor to clarify a few things, and I'll tell you why. The term acting, which should be clear, I don't think it's particularly clear at all. I think it can imply acting on behalf of councillor. And I don't know that that's what we're necessarily saying here. I think what we might be saying with somebody that's acting as a volunteer or an assistant is that might be somebody that's either doing some research for us, organizing a schedule, administrative assistance of some sort. Those are different things from acting on behalf of a councillor, and I think that's created some confusion here. I think also there's some confusion that some may think that we're suggesting for a small municipality that we hire administrative assistants. I don't think we should, and I don't think that certainly I would be suggesting that at all. I think we are trying to use the available talent around us to make our work not only more palatable, give us a little bit of free time. Try running for 2 different councils, including the district. It just adds up to even a much bigger pile of paper. So I just suggest that we need to think about those things and the verbiage that we're using, like acting. And one of the ways to get some clarity on that might be to have a session with, I would say, either Rick O'Connor and the Integrity Commissioner together or separately, but I think it would be very helpful. There'd be no opportunity for any ambiguity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
All right, thank you. I heard what I'm going to frame as evolving the councillor role. I don't, it may not have been framed or worded that way, but I'm certainly seeing that going forward. And I think we have spoken as councillors individually over the past, whereby we have said one of the things that we should be planning for is finding a way to be effective at succession planning. And I think that evolving this councillor role going forward, it may be critical to succession planning. We know that volunteerism in the community is at an all-time low, and so getting people to volunteer to do the jobs that we're doing is going to be very tough. So I think that's a key element there. I wanted to if you could bear with me just for a minute here, I'm going to hark back to some previous conversations we've had where we've discussed that there are ways that staff can leverage expertise within council and the community to enable staff to be more effective and informed. And if we think of that concept for 1 second and think that perhaps staff can work through helpers, call them counselor assistants, to be more effective at working with the counselor. So when they need something from a counselor, working through an assistant if the counselor finds that that is effective for their productivity within the township and within the role that we're in. And so I think that there's a lot to be said about recognizing that building these relationships, and we heard in a previous meeting where we were told that one of our senior directors had a personal network of experts that they can rely on. And I'm thinking, well, that's a great way to help them become effective. And then we kind of talked that through. Well, what about meeting and connecting with other experts in the community? And we thought, okay, well, that's a good thing. And I look at an assistant or a helper as equivalent to that kind of assistant, or that kind of networking, if you will. In other words, if I want to, anyways, I think hopefully you get my message. It's that an assistant or a helper for a counselor can be as effective at making staff more effective as staff having a personal network of people they can reach out to. And the third point, if I could, I'd like to essentially support the mayor's, not his frustration, but his comments about his frustration, whereby, are we going to keep talking about this thing forever? And I suggest, no, we shouldn't keep talking about this forever. I suggest that if we think we're going to create a guidebook, that's going to be debated forever. And my recommendation would be that we take the "and" off the first paragraph of the resolution, pass the resolution that would just say that we receive the memo titled blah for information and stop there. That way we can bury the topic for the future and stop talking about it, because I don't think we're going to get anywhere with it. Thank you.
Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, a question for our CAO as we have these discussions going on. Do we know what the cost for engaging Rick O'Connor to date has been for this memo and for his in-person training that he provided and for the guidance that the IC has provided so far?
Through you, Mayor Coetzee, I have not received the invoice yet for the memo that he has provided council. I'm looking at Ms. Way if she remembers the invoice that Mr. O'Connor sent us for that training session, which was it earlier this year? It was earlier this year.
It was last year.
Last year.
Yeah. I guess my concern would be continuing to ask him more and more specific questions in the return that we get on the discussion. I think I would be curious as to know how much he would charge on an ongoing basis to answer more questions, but also how much this report cost, which seems to have been a fairly comprehensive view on the topic.
Councillor Bochek. Yes.
Just to state that
That your microphone's going on, if you're going to.
Rick O'Connor, by the way, offered up hours of pro bono work prior to that presentation he gave. I'd used him for 2 or 3 years, so he did a lot of pro bono work.
Thank you.
It should be considered into the thinking here. Thank you.
Councillor Bochek.
Thank you for allowing me a third time around, Mayor. Like I said, I was using today as an education process to try and better understand what this is about. And you know, being a district councillor, I basically have an assistant that can speak on my behalf when I can't attend. My replacement at district councillor would speak for me and work on my behalf. Being that said, they are also sworn in as a councillor at the lower tier level. I'm not opposed to what is brought forward in this today, and I've certainly educated myself quite a bit today by listening to the comments provided. I sure would like to hear from the Integrity Commissioner and Rick O'Connor their feelings to very, very specific questions asked by council members. You know, if we're allowed 3 questions each to get clarification, that would be fine with me. As Councillor Hazelton said, by removing a few words in this, maybe we could get to that point, but I just feel that a local councillor really, in the case of myself and most of council members, we're retired. We got all the time in the world to get the information we want, but there is a certain segment of our population that are not retired, and this has become more of a full-time position than anybody expected, and maybe there's a greater need to look at this type of thing in more depth. Thank you.
Okay. I've heard from Councillor Hazelton the suggestion that we only receive the report for information. I mean, I think everybody is not going to argue with that. I also heard this hesitation about accepting the conclusion of staff report and affirming the status quo. Well, if we're silent on that, status quo isn't changing in the short run. And I'm also hearing from, and I'm taking Councillor Hazelton, and whether or not he's speaking for all of council, this is why I'm mentioning it now. If we don't approve paragraph 3, then we're not directing that any more work be done on this. But I want to make a couple of comments. One is, if any of us have any questions for the Integrity Commissioner, she's on a retainer. We can send questions to the Integrity Commissioner anytime we want on stuff that's within her, I'll call it jurisdiction. And just for your information, our training from Rick O'Connor last year, December 2024, was $3,600. So if you want, and I'm going to suggest that if anyone has questions that they want the Integrity Commissioner to answer, they can reach out directly. And if anyone has specific questions for Rick O'Connor, that perhaps you could forward them to our CAO, who has been communicating with Mr. O'Connor, and then he might bring back a supplemental report in the future, responses to any inquiries that he's received. But I'm not sensing, and I'm going around, I want to go around very quickly, whether they're going to be head nods or comments, that there's a great appetite for the Integrity Commissioner to work with staff on preparing a member's records and privacy guidebook. Yes, no, maybe.
What was the last phrase?
Members, Records and Privacy Guidebook. This is the third paragraph of the motion in front of us. I mean, okay, I'm seeing mixed on that. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to separate this into separate motions because I want to get this moving on. So the first motion, I have moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council receives Rick O'Connor's memo titled Councillor Employment Practices for Information. All those in favor? All right, that is carried unanimously, I believe. And if I'm wrong, somebody speak up. Second, moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano, that council accepts the conclusions of the staff report and affirms the status quo as the appropriate approach for small municipalities such as the township of Georgian Bay. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. 3 in favor, 4 against. That is down. Third, moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano. The council directs staff in conjunction with the Integrity Commissioner to develop a members' records and privacy guidebook on the use of personal email and accounts for council business in preparation for the next term of council. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. That is carried. All right. So paragraphs 1 and 3 have carried. Paragraph 2 did not. Does that make sense to you? All right. That ends.
Is that guys were coming back for final application, or is that just a vehicle thing?
It's being prepared for the next term of council, so I'm not sure we'll see it.
But will it come in cow, or will it come at all before council period? I think that's a question.
It's
the point.
It's a guidebook, not a policy.
Oh, it's a guide.
It's a guidebook,
like our communication guide.
Yeah.
But don't council have any weigh in on whether we think the staff has done a good job?
You may end up once the.
No, no. I mean, there's clearly differences of opinion here, and
four people voted in favor of that project taking place, so it will take place. That once it's completed, some councillors may be inspired to bring forward a review of it in front of council. I don't know. Yeah. Well, what cost? This has all been costing us a significant amount of money. So, you know. Okay. I believe we have now completed staff reports. So we have a few things left. Why don't we go back to the consent agenda, because we have not done the consent agenda. So, yes. Okay, well, we're going to carry on as best we can. So the first thing up in front of us is consent agenda. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 items on the consent agenda. Is there anything that anyone would like pulled from the consent agenda? Councillor Pedco.
Number H, letter H.
Okay. Anybody, anything else? Speak, Councillor Pedco, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, I just have a question comment on the financial report for the month. And I think, I don't have the report open in front of me right now, that the finance department made a presentation on Town Suite for the ERP implementation, and I think it was noted both in the IT section and the finance section. And because Town Suite has been such a interesting topic for council in the past, and the progress on the ERP project has been also an interest from both timeline and from cost, would it be possible for the finance department to present to council what has been presented to third parties and give us an update on the success of the project?
Through you, Mayor MacTier to Councillor Predko. The presentation was around best practices of implementing an ERP system, and it was 3 municipalities that came together and presented to municipal financial officers of Ontario, and we presented. I would say it was more presented the benefits and the drawbacks of the process that we took based on our experience. So we would be happy to present that to council if that's council's wish. I do believe there's also a recording of it. So if I could get a recording of it, I would be happy to share that with you as well. Overall, the presentation was taken quite well. We had a lot of positive feedback from a lot of municipal officers throughout Ontario. I've had a lot reach out to me already to ask for a demo based on our experience. Definitely Town Suites is not the be all and end all. I would say it's a great option and an opportunity for smaller municipalities like ourselves to be able to use an information system software to reduce redundancies, reduce the manual processes that not every municipality can do. And with our size, it's a huge benefit. So if I can find a copy of the recording, I would be happy to share it.
Okay, thank you. That would be great. Yes, Council Graziano. Thank you, Worship. I have a question on the same matter. It's to our operations team with regards to C 2025-203 slurry seal for Bayview Road. The comments made on the staff's summary is that additional allowances of $50,000 plus HST be made available for Fowler Construction to complete hot mix asphalt patches on Bayview Road prior to slurry seal, and that funds be reallocated from the capital gravel budget. And then it seems to break up there, which I can't really read the final line there. But my question to staff is with regards to this. I had the opportunity to travel down Bayview this past weekend, and there's a substantial amount of potholes along with cold patches and raised levels and grade now. And I can only imagine that the plows are probably going to pull those patches out come the winter time. I'm wondering, is it common practice to put slurry seal on top of cold patches? And would that help correct the issue that we are seeing now after not a year has gone by with Bayview being redone?
Through you, Mayor Coots here. The work through the $50,000 is not commenced. So we are expecting that work through Fowler to start this week. They were out there on Friday. They met with our road supervisor, confirmed the locations. We are using hot asphalt. So just very briefly, the difference between hot and cold asphalt. Hot asphalt is put down hot. It lasts longer. Cold asphalt is typically more of a shorter term solution. But in winter, you can't get hot asphalt. And in our location, it's harder to get hot asphalt unless we're doing large quantities of work because they're trucking it up from Barrie. And you needed heated trucks to bring it up. So for that purpose, we've hired Fowlers. We have marked out those locations, those dips, those bumps, those potholes, those areas along the edge of the road that are breaking it off. They will complete that in the next week or two, and we are still on schedule for the slurry seal to occur on October 15th after that work has been completed.
A follow-up question. Thank you. And thank you. I guess my question is more so, and forgive me because I don't know road construction, so I defer to staff, and I believe Councillor Bocek has some knowledge on how this all operates as well. Is more so the patches. So by putting or applying a patch, there will be likely, it will not be flush with the grade of the existing chip and seal. Rather, it's going to be somewhat elevated, I'm assuming, even if it's compressed by a roller or whatever. And during the winter time, will our plows not inevitably pull them up as they're trying to remove snow? And so is this the appropriate approach given the costs associated with the $50,000, or is there a better approach that can rectify this issue long term? So
through you, Mayor Coots here. They are not just putting a patch on top, they will grind out and take the top surface out. So they have more to adhere that hot asphalt to. So it's almost like we call it a shave and pave. So we're shaving and then we're paving over top of it in those sections. So we are cutting a bit out. So it will be level, and then the slurry seal, it can fill in those micro changes. So in the end, it should look like a level, even surface.
Great. And one last question. Thank you very much for clarifying. That's helpful. There's a culvert at the beginning of Bayview as you turn right onto it from South Gibson Lake Road. There's a substantial divot in that culvert section. Will that be flattened out? Because I get calls all the time about cars and hitting it, and so question on that culvert as well. Thank
Through you, Mayor Coots here. Yes, that is part of what is being addressed. It will be super smooth, so I'm sure everyone will be driving faster, and then we can put a speed bump in later.
Thank you. That's the curse of making the road super smooth. Then you have to start putting speed bumps in it, so it's rough again. All right. Seeing any more hands, I have moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the Council adopts the consent agenda of October 6, 2025 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And now we go to communications from Mayor and Council. Yes. Or do you want to? No. Okay. No, okay. So who wants to communicate first? What did we do last week? Last month? I'm going to excuse myself. Okay. You're right. Councillor Bochek was first, so he's going to be last. Councillor Cooper is last, so he's going to be first. So we're going to start in Councillor Cooper and going to Councillor Bochek. Yeah.
Do we have to listen to? Oh, sorry.
You can be as brief as you like.
No, that's not what I meant. Didn't really want to listen to Councillor Bochek. I was just having fun with him. No. Anyway, yeah. So last month, what a fun month. Dear, let's see here. So, number of meetings. You know, water quality committees, and on it goes. Very interesting calls that we've had. I'd also have had a lot of calls, rather than going through my entire list here, I think I'd just refer to sort of what's number one and number two out there in terms of the people call me, and that is solid waste. The marina bin removal is a big issue, huge issue, and I know we're going to discuss that tomorrow, but we should remember that close to 40% of our households that are on marina service and will be in marina service hopefully in the future have or will be about to face bin removal from their marinas. So that's a serious problem. The other issue is water quality testing. This is important work, and I think we just need to remember we put our environment first, and the water quality issue is something we've got to really focus on. And I'm hopeful that we can learn to spend our money more efficiently. We have some water quality issues that are pretty significant, and we have organizations that think you test once or twice a year and that's good enough. It's not good enough. And I don't care what equipment they have, I don't care anything else other than do they do good work or do they not? And according to the scientists, some cases they don't. Back to my calendar, what else? A lot of Zoom calls with the district. On the 1st of October, I had one, and what else? I think that's about it for now. I think I just wanted to sort of rate what is hot topic with the public, and that's why I gave that little summation of what I'm hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. Seems like every month is busy. It's more than that 2 days a month thing, you know. Anyways, so since our last meeting, we had a library board meeting, actually several of them. And I wanted to highlight just one little thing, and that is that we've got a very committed library board. And we felt that at one point in time, we were going to need to act quickly, make a decision. And so at 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning, we had pretty much full attendance at a library board meeting. And I thought that's pretty rare from a bunch of volunteers on a weekend, but that was a powerful statement, I thought. So I just wanted to share that. We had the training here at the township on planning matters, attended that. That was very helpful and effective. We had another of our planning working group meetings, and the group have asked that we get some airtime with our planning department, and so I'm working with Derek to try to find some dates that might work. Another day of water testing in Honey Harbor, and we have 20 sites, so that seems to take forever. What else here? We've got, I spent some time on a Zoom call with the people at DataStream to try to understand how to load our test results into the DataStream product. And it's not for the lighthearted, but I think it's going to work out well. And I learned a lot, and I thank Megan a lot for that. I attended the Honeybee Festival with my daughter and son-in-law and 4 grandchildren. I think my grandsons ate more than their share of pancakes at the pancake breakfast, which was pancakes and bacon and sausage, and it was a great start to the day. Had many calls and discussions regarding firearms and the factors for real safety, which I've shared already. I had many calls also with residents about the proposed changes at 380 Macy Beer Road, which we're going to be hearing and having discussions on tomorrow, as well as on solid waste. And I would like to report that there is at least one marina in our township where the district bins have already been removed. They have already moved forward with a private service, and that private service is a fully integrated waste and recycling process. Everything goes into one bin and it gets sorted out at the back end. Now, that's a very common process in the States. For some reason, it's not being done up here in Canada very well, but whatever company they have contracted with, it is a totally integrated solution, and they are very excited about the fact that they not only have this in place now, but it'll be all through the winter, and they will be able to service their customers throughout the entire year. So a success story already, and I've heard from another major waste company that 2 of the largest marinas in Honey Harbor have already contracted and are moving ahead with their programs. So it looks like we're on a roll to solve the problems for our communities. And thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. Just solid waste. Yeah, I know that my marina has also put out a survey to all its members. The information from that survey has already been shared with everybody, which is good. And the general impression from the results of the survey are about 80% of the people that use that marina are in favor of paying some surcharge for the marina to go private with their garbage pickup. I don't know what's going to happen as follow-up, but that's where that one's at. So it's all very, very interesting. My past month is a committee of adjustment. Of course, library board, the update from the library is one, of course, they were very involved in the Honeybee Festival this past weekend. You were your comments on that. The Friends of MacTier Library and have hosted their Celebration of Literacy fundraising event, and they had a local author in as part of that. Library staff recently attended a training intensive held by RUPLO, which is the Rural Library Association for Ontario. Training was specifically focused on small rural libraries, which is great. And apparently there was some very rewarding experience there for those members of the library that attended. We have the October 19th is the start of Ontario Public Library Week. So visit your library. According to what I've got here, there may be line dancing along with author visits. So there you go. That's local. also involved with the Seg Bay. I thought just a quick statistic from Seg Bay I asked for was, and this is a sort of a retrospect on my part because I've been on the Seg Bay board now for a little while as representative for the municipality and watching how things have progressed. And there's been significant work. I see Arthur is here today. Significant work by the business association to become much more of a member of this community, not to mention the communities around the southern end of Georgian Bay. And it seems to be working in their favor. 14 new members since the beginning of the year. And that's a big step relative to what I saw many years ago. So I'm really happy to see that going on. They were also involved helping out at the Bee Festival, which was great to have, feeding the volunteers. I missed the bacon at the pancake breakfast, unfortunately, but I did get a great breakfast sandwich from the volunteer station put on by Seg Bay. So I survived the day as a result of that, which is great. Obviously, I volunteered at the Bee Festival. I don't know what the numbers are. I presume we'll be getting them, but it seemed like it was a very successful event. Of course, it doesn't hurt that the weather seems to be working in our favor for that event. And I think I have hit it all.
Thank you.
Yeah, we had the training with after committee of adjustment, which was also very good with the planning department. Okay, that was it.
Councilor Redco.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I was on vacation for a couple of weeks, so my meetings were compressed quite a bit. And I'm going to summarize them by topic, essentially the same way as Councillor Cooper has, with pretty much the same same items on my list. I did have a meeting with residents in the Gala Lake 12 Mile Bay area at the beginning of September with the Commissioner of Public Works to talk about bin closure as well as curbside collection for residents on private roads up in that area. I think some areas think that curbside collection is appropriate for them and some don't. So we'll see what happens with that as we go through the fall and through the next EPW meeting. I'm sure will be interesting. A lot of conversations with residents about the shooting on Crown land and the roles of the OPP and the MNRF. And I think a lot of people were relieved for the responses that they've been hearing about the OPP. And I think this morning's delegation hopefully helped give the impression that there is more going on in the background than what we see day to day. Number of meetings talking with residents about MacTier Refresh and talking with those different groups, trying to come up with a solution, which I think will be a great direction for them to take with the township. And then again, also conversations about firearm discharge bylaw and the proposal that's come forward and direction and action that people think is important for the community. So that pretty much summed it all up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Wojcik.
Yes, thank you, Worship. The beginning of the month started off by meeting up in MacTier about MacTier Refresh. A lot of good information came forward from there. We talked about that this morning. September the 11th, I fielded a call from Ms. Susan Craig, our Integrity Commissioner, to answer questions, allegations of breach of contract, which is going to be coming forward on the agenda. September 12th, completed the Township of Georgian Bay training to review Section 45 of the Planning Act. September 15th, this is my district council report, which usually there's nothing to do with the Township of Georgian Bay. But we did discuss new low volume road strategies to be carried out within the district of Muskoka. That would include new methods of evaluation and repair methods to be carried out on district road only. September 18th, I attended the Beausoleil First Nations Parks Canada event where we unveiled a plaque recognizing the island as being a historical site. Attendees were invited to do a tour of the island and learn the ways of the past residents and what has been handed down through years of archaeological digging and the traditional ways of life. September 19th, attended a lunch in MacTier to welcome the riders responsible for creating, mapping, and promoting cycling on coastal Georgian Bay. Without the dedication and work of our staff, led by Jennifer Schneier, the trail system would not have included MacTier and Honey Harbor and brought the economic benefits and tourism to those areas. During the month of September, had many meetings and phone calls with the owner-operator of the Big Shoot Marina to try and get together staff and Mr. Stewart to facilitate an agreement for access and use of his private property. Progress has been made there, and I hope to see something come out of that shortly. The Honeybee Festival. My wife and I volunteered to assist the volunteers. We handed out t-shirts, lunch, and general help throughout the day to the volunteers. I want to make a huge shout out to Trish Watson and the committee that arranged this and all their hard work. It was the biggest festival I've attended, and the crowds were huge, and everyone I spoke to had a great time. Really appreciated the breakfast and the lunch that was supplied by Segbay and Honey Harbor General Store to all the volunteers, and I know they greatly appreciated it too. Thank you, Arthur, for that. And lastly, many meetings to do with bylaw enforcement and the firearms bylaw review. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, September 11th, we had our annual emergency management training for staff and myself, and did a lot of reviewing of how the events of the past year were handled, and great learning experience. The following day was the planning training after Committee of Adjustments, which I greatly appreciated. And then the day after that, I guess that would be probably the Saturday. Yes, well, I went up to Moose Deer Point where they were swearing in their new chief, and it was sort of like a meet and greet session, which greatly appreciated meeting everyone. And then went to the Georgian Bay General Hospital fundraising gala that evening that was over in Wyvale. District did their Super Cow meeting, as Councillor Bochek made reference to, on the 15th. And following that meeting, had a meeting with the other two township mayors as well as senior staff, including the chair, Jeff Lehman, about solid waste bag tags and waste collection overall in the townships. And I greatly appreciate the organization of that meeting, because it allowed for the townships to get their input. And I will tell you that even though all three of us mayors were coming from things at a different angle, we had much more in common in our concerns than differences. So I thought it was a very worthwhile meeting. Following day, I had a meeting with the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks for a policy advisor. It's amazing how many policy advisors they go through in a couple of years, because this was a new person I got to talk about the whole problem. 17th, Board of Health in the morning and the afternoon, a Muskoka Area Indigenous Leadership Table meeting. The 18th, Beausoleil, the heritage designation that was being assigned, as Councilor Bochek made reference to, for the Beausoleil Island. It's considered now a heritage site, based on thousands of years of use by the Indigenous folks. And what I didn't realize, the extent to which there are the archaeology taking place there and the amount of artifacts that they are digging up, predominantly chipped containers and things like that, but they're finding a lot of things there, and it was clearly a very well used site thousands of years ago. So then on the 19th, MacTier lunch, as again Councilor Bochek made reference to, meeting a bunch of cyclists and how much they were cycling from Port Carling to Parry Sound that particular day, but they're exploring what they call the Georgian Bay Coastal Route. Part of which includes also routes that go past, Honey Harbor and things like that. So it's great to be included on some of their routes. 22nd, Dr. Charles Gardner retired from the Simcoe District Health Unit after 20-odd years being our Minister of Health, not Minister of Health, whatever the official title is, but I keep messing that one up. 23rd, Bracebridge OPP Detachment Board meeting. 24th, Georgian Bay Biosphere Board meeting. 25th, met with a couple of people from a local marina to talk about solid waste, and their input was greatly appreciated. And then sadly, got my last haircut from our local haircutter, Judith, who is retiring at the end of this week down the road. So that was kind of unfortunate that there's a service that's disappearing. Hopefully somebody else will step in the stead sometime in the future. I don't know. And what else? Oh yeah, on the 28th, did a ribbon cutting for something called OMA's Ride. And this is a ride organized by the Alzheimer's Society in Barrie. And they have, I think it's a 20, a 50, and a 100-kilometer ride. And the 100-kilometer ride takes advantage of White Falls Road and South Bay Road, and that's sort of the top end of their loop. And that was a very successful day, and I'm, again, very glad to see people using our township. The 29th, in the morning, flag raising here, and we had Elder Shirley Lovett from Moose Deer Point speaking with us about obviously the Truth and Reconciliation Day. I really appreciated her presence because of the education that went with it, and that. So I thought that was a great morning. That afternoon was up at Moose Deer Point for their acknowledgement of the day, and I thought that was again. The stories you hear and the perspective from our Indigenous neighbors, I think is very important. And on the 30th, WATA, they do a walk, and it's interesting that they're doing it in the reverse direction than they did a few years ago, but you end up on the bridge over the 400 with a lot of flag waving and everything else, so really appreciated that event. Special council on October 1st. Oh yes, and then October 1st, I got to go up to Huntsville, where a certain chief building official invited me to join the OBOA. What the heck is that thing? I forget what Ontario Building Officials Association or something like that. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Ontario Building Officials Association for their President's Dinner. Quite enjoyed that. Learned a lot. That was terrific because our chief building official, along with the one from Huntsville, were actually the hosts of this event that they were able to organize rather quickly because they got, I won't say last minute, but you had 2 years versus most of the groups have 4 years. 1 year, okay. So, and it was a very successful event. Everybody I talked to were quite enjoyed. So that was great. That was at Deerhurst. On October 2nd, I got a tour of Gloucester Pool, which I thought was terrific, in a little lake to see what it was like from the water, because I don't normally get on the water there, so I really appreciated that. The fact that it was an antique boat made it even better. Then on the 3rd, I was in Bracebridge for the Summit on the Environment, a day-long session hosted by the Muskoka Watershed folks, and I really appreciated the sessions there because they were, I'm going to say, more practical. Last year when I went to the Summit on the Environment, it was like, we're in trouble and warning, warning, warning. This year was more like, okay, this is what you can do, and different steps that different people can take to start addressing those issues. So I thought that was great. And Saturday, Honeybee Festival. It's impossible to say enough thank yous to all the volunteers and everybody and the sponsors that contribute to that. And Seg Bay, who fed all the volunteers at lunch, thank you very much. That was terrific, and it was a wonderful day. Lots of people. I don't know if I ever saw a frown on anybody's faces. Great event, and we'll get obviously an update from it a little bit later as how successful it was in numbers and things like that. But as far as participation, fantastic. I talked to a couple of vendors that said that it was their most successful yet from their perspective. A number of people thought it was the best they've ever enjoyed of the Honeybee Festival. The weather was wonderful. It was a great event, and I thought that was fantastic. I think that's enough for now. C.O. Mariotti, your turn.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Yeah, I totally agree. Very impressed with the Honeybee Festival, and yet again, staff and the volunteers in the community created another extraordinary event. From a staffing perspective, budget is still front and center, so we've had several meetings, and as council is aware, the process will start in earnest next month. And I'd also like to take a moment to recognize the hard work of the whole team, including department heads and their teams who have worked with the finance department to be able to provide council with a budget in a timely manner. You know, many municipalities don't start their budgets until the first quarter of the budget year, and some even later. So we're really ahead of the game on when it comes to budget cycles. And as Mayor Coetzee and Councillor Wojcik have already mentioned, the Beausoleil Island plaque unveiling ceremony was an amazing experience, as was attending the Moose Deer Points Truth and Reconciliation Day, where the township installed an Indigenous themed crosswalk in partnership with Moose Deer Point First Nation. So we're very proud of that. Yeah, it was also quite heartening to be mentioned as well a couple of times during the chief's speech on that day. So that was pretty neat. You know, relationships are growing stronger.
Very much. Next on our list, bylaws. We have one bylaw, and that's I have moved by Councillor Wojcik, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the Council enact bylaw 2025-065 for the one jib agreement. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. So what do we have enclosed? That's all we. So, council, we can go into close. The only thing we have on close is the legal files listing. So my question is, does anything you wanted to bring up on that matter? Then we'll go into closed, and if not, we won't.
It's part of the legal update, but yes. It's detachment.
If you would like to discuss that, then we'll go into closed. Sorry? It's a listing of all the claims that were paid out by our insurance company on our behalf of the last, as you requested, for I forget what it was last month, and yeah, so it is on the agenda listing if you want to review it. If you want to discuss it, we'll go into close to discuss. Not in council, individually, yes. All right, then we won't go into closed, which means I moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Wojcik. Be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2025-066 to confirm the proceedings of the October 6, 2025 council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. And moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council is now adjourned at 2:58.
Maybe I'm missing something. 16?
Yes.
6.
Yes.
We just did.
So no, section 60, this is old. 16 is the addendums, it's just the attachments. Remember we talked about this on the phone? It's that item is actually listed under consent agenda.
Oh, yes, those are the consent, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have the old, okay. Moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council is now adjourned at 2:57 p.m. All those in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you. Okay, that's yours. This is mine.
Not such a good.
And this is yours too, isn't it? Yeah. Okay.